welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. It feels like we just left, but we are back. I failed miserably this morning, and I did not do the top 3 video, and I'm sorry for that. But I did it this time. Oh, what am I doing? I did it this time. I remembered. Let me see if I can remember. Yep. Top 3 tailgate. Lucy's like, why are you dancing? Leave me alone. I am trying to snuggle. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like it when I move around. Okay, so welcome back. For those of you who missed the first part, I can tell you that with the recess and objection, it won't take too long to get through it. If you just skip through those parts, you went down. Oh, you're getting fat. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. So it won't take you that long, but the main stuff that you missed, I also kind of recapped at the very end. What is this? Okay, let's see. So I was planning on going back and adding the Facebook stuff to my timeline chart. However, during lunch break, but however, I did not get to do that, so I'll have to do it this afternoon. It won't take me too long, but little Miss Lucy needed she needed all the attention today, so I did not get to do that. But I need to pull it and see if I can clean up the video a little bit so I can see exactly what time it was so that I can add it to my stuff. So that's where we're at. Let's see. Welcome back. Everybody's filing in. Yeah, Lucy needs mama. She's really funny because she's my kid was telling me that he kept her while I was gone, and he was telling me that she got up on the bed one night, getting ready to go to sleep, and he said she was doing the same thing there, like that she would have to go gather up all the toys and take them and put them on the bed. She has to have like a whole entourage with her in true diva fashion. So she goes and gets her whole entourage of toys to bring up there. And he said that it was so sad because this was towards the end of the vacation. It was a few nights ago. And he said that she went and got her entourage, and then she laid down and kind of was like, and he was like, well, come here, you can come lay with me and Finn and snuggle. And he said that she just kept looking at him, but she wouldn't come over. And finally he said, do you miss your mama? And he said that she let out the biggest, like, hoo, hoo. I was like, oh, my little girl. She loves me. When I've had her since she was itty bitty little puppy. And so she was with me, through all of my cancer stuff. And I was in the hospital for the majority of 6 months, but I would get to go home. They'd keep me in the hospital for a few weeks, and then we'd think that I was stable enough to go home, and I'd go home and I would, make it a few days, a week sometimes, and I'd be right back in the hospital. But every time I would get home, whoever would come pick me up from the hospital or whatever, I'd get home and she would be. This is before I moved to this condo, but so I had like a front window and I parked on the street. I lived in like a little cute little downtown area, and I would park on the street. And when I would pull up, she would always be sitting on like the back edge of the couch so that she could watch out the window. I had like these really big windows, and she would watch out the window, and she would see people pull up, and she would see cars, but it was never my car because I couldn't drive. But she would see cars, and then she'd be kind of looking, and then as soon as I would open the door and she would see me, you could see her in the window going nuts. It was so cute. Oh, I love that little baby. Love that little pup. She's a joy. Hello. The advocate is back. Hello, welcome back. Let's see. They are our companions. They are the best. Yeah, she's just. I tell you what. If anything ever happens to her, y'all are just gonna have to put me down. She's just the sweetest thing. I'm talking about you, Miss Chris. Yes, I am. She's looking at me like I know you're talking about me. And that's why we have a Lucy emoji. Let's see. Oh, yes. Before we even get started, before we forget, if you could please hit the like button. Also, they were talking earlier and I didn't get to show it, and then because I can't show it on the screen anyway, but then and then I didn't go back. But Nurse for God gifted a membership this morning. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Let's see. Sorry, yawning. Still haven't quite caught up from being on vacation mode and having to wake up this morning. Let's see. Yeah, I went and popped over into RA's stream. Had to go pop in when I got back from walking Lucy and say hello. Oh, Gigi, I'm sorry for your loss. It's really hard losing a pet. Lucy, when I got her, I had a German Shepherd named Duke, and he passed, and Lucy was the first animal I had since he passed. It took a while. Let's see. Virginia says, I want to sign up for subscription. I'm confused on my phone. If you are on an iPhone, it makes it a little bit difficult. So you have to, it won't let you do it in the YouTube app. You have to go in through like your browser, through like Safari or Chrome or whatever you use, and go to youtube.com and do it that way. For whatever reason, right now, it won't let you do it, but they're supposed to be changing that at some point, but iPhones and iPads make it a little bit more difficult. Let's see. Hello, welcome. We still have people filing in. Hello. Brenda Horton says, I tried that way, but it was complicated. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the only way. Unless you're on a computer, that's the only way to do it from iPhone or iPad or anything else with an I. Let's see. Looks like a lot of our people got lost during lunch. We went from almost 800 to 200. Still got jurors filing in. Come on in. Take your seat. They said this morning that this afternoon we are supposed to be hearing from Detective Moretti, which, of course, he's the lead detective, so that will be interesting. But also, I know that there's a bunch of videos that we're supposed to see as well, so that we haven't seen yet. So I don't know if they're going to do that, or if they're going to do Moretti first. But I know that I believe we're supposed to do those. But they said Detective Moretti is going to be the final witness. So that's the plan. Let's see. I missed y'all too. I really did. I had a wonderful break and it was very much needed. But I did miss our little group. You know, I'm a justice junkie. I love following it and seeing how everything plays out and watching the whole process and watching victims hopefully get justice and victims' families hopefully get justice. I enjoy the process of it, even though y'all know who I am. So with victim stuff, sometimes I cry, and that's okay too. But I enjoyed being away from it, but I do miss it when I was gone for a week. Let's see. Yes. Um, it was amazing. Yeah. I mean, I could not have asked for a better vacation. Let's see. Is it true that when they say if you don't come testify, you're going to jail, are they really going to take you to jail, or are they just saying that? So they can, depending on the situation, like they can hold you in contempt. If they have subpoenaed you to testify and you don't show up, then yeah, they can hold you in contempt and put you in jail. Let's see. I got a little bit, Summer. You can see like I'm peeling a little bit right here, just a little bit, and then like my scalp where I had my hair in like two braids. My scalp right through here is extremely sunburnt, and it peeled. And I'm peeling a little bit right here. You can kind of see, but and I've got a little bit red, but I didn't get too bad. I've got a pretty good base tan because I spend a lot of time outside. Well, I used to spend a lot of time outside. Now I spend a lot of time with y'all, but I still try to get out there on the beach and get some sun when I can. Let's see. Hello. We still have people coming in, filing in. Look who's on our. Look at Bob. Hey, Bob. Bob's on there talking right now. Look, that's Fancy Bob. Fancy Bob. That's a professional. Like, look at him. Hold on. Look how fancy. Bob Mott, a criminal defense attorney. Looking all fancy. Let's see. Dapper Bob. Yes, that is Dapper Bob. I've thought about doing the live stream from the beach before because I'm like, I could be getting sun at the same time, but my Wi-Fi won't reach out there. On my phone I could, but then I can't like share my screens and all that stuff. Tiffany, I am in Florida. I am in like the Panhandle area of Florida. Gulf Coast. Ricky's got a cattle auction on TV, and he has us on the laptop. Love the cattle auction. This is not. This is actually. I got this at a little boutique somewhere around here in like our little downtown area here. Yeah, the sand gets super, super hot. It will burn your feet up. And I heard the weather here was like scorching while I was gone. You know, I live in a tourist town, and that's okay. But I'm kind of bummed that I missed 4th of July here because they have like the biggest fireworks display in this area is literally right next door to me. So I can see it from my window. I can see it from the balcony. So like, or walk out to the beach. It's literally right next to me. So I was bummed to miss that, but I was not bummed to miss the crowds because it gets wild around here with crowds. And when I say wild, I mean just crowded. People everywhere. Everywhere. What did I do to my arm? What did I do to my arm? Oh, I tattooed it. Is that what you're talking about? That's a tattoo. Is that what you're talking about? Do I have any bruises? No telling. Had a few margaritas and did cartwheels in Dominican Republic, and so I could be bruised everywhere. Let's see. Lucy is not. Fireworks don't really bother her, surprisingly, but they really bother my son's dog. So it was actually nice that Lucy was able to be there with him during that, so he could see that like there's another dog there just chilling and everything was okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, it's a lotus, and then it says "And Still I Rise." It's from one of my favorite poems, but I got this when I found out that my cancer was showing that it wasn't there anymore. And the lotus is kind of like sentimental. I like that part. Oh, yeah. Lucy was Finn's emotional support dog. Isn't that the sweetest thing ever? She's good. She's so good. Except she can be a little diva, but that's okay. Let's see. Oh,
that has to be kept under seal for that in the phone. But the state has selected 20 videos. I think we're down to, 25 videos. We're down to 24, just showing who is using the phone and operation on the phone.
24 videos.
I don't know the relevancy of that, and it's repetitious to the 525 photos that we went through in about 3 hours the other day, coming from purportedly his phone. I don't know why we have to go through all of this again. And there's also a short video of a little baby on that also. I don't know what the relevancy of any of this is. And if it is relevant, if she can't get it through the 525 pictures that we have to sift through, where she manually counted each one, I don't know what we're doing, Judge, quite honestly. So I would object on relevancy. Cheese with it. These are fancy words for me.
Yes, Your Honor, the state has to prove that the defendant was the one using the 772-713-9807 phone number. This is a short selection that is representative of the number of videos that are on there that show the defendant being the person using the phone. Defense has argued that it is not his phone in any way, shape, or form. So this is showing that there is no one else on there, and that even with photos and videos that show other people, for example, have the defendant using the cell phone to FaceTime and videotape a FaceTime of another individual. And they're constantly showing the phone in the defendant's hand, sometimes reflected in some sunglasses or eyeglasses on screen.
I know counsel objected to unrelevance grounds. I already breached that, and we crossed that bridge a while ago. I overruled that objection. But now there's another objection to cumulative. Haven't we seen these videos and pictures?
We have not. These are different ones from different time frames, showing that the defendant has exclusive control of this phone for all times relevant to this case.
Daniel?
There's one where there's a child on it, and I think it violates the children's, what is it?
Online Privacy Protection Act, which says children under the age of 13 cannot be filmed or published without the parents' consent. One of those videos is a video of
A little kid. Child.
What's that video about?
It shows the defendant's voice in the video. It then has him filming a FaceTime of another individual. Your Honor, the state didn't create these videos, the defendant did, so if anything, he's the one who would be in violation of that particular act.
I disagree with that.
Violation.
I don't know what the act says, but what does this statute say?
I'm not familiar with the first time that it's been brought to my attention.
code imposes certain requirements on operators of websites or online services directed to children under 13. The long and short of it is basically you cannot record or publish children under the age of 13 without their parents' permission.
What's the statute number?
It would be 16 CFR Part 312, Children's Online Privacy Protection Act.
16 CFR 12,
Part 312, Judge.
312.
I think I can bring things back.
So how many of these videos do you have?
There are 24 now, Your Honor, out of 1,000.
All right, and you want to show this one with the child as well?
Yes, Your Honor, so the defendant holding the phone and videoing.
You can show some of these other videos first. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, do you want to see the one in question?
No, I want to see what this statute says, 16 CFR 312.
Your Honor, there's an additional individual. First of all, I just wanted to crystallize our position that if they're putting in 530 photos to establish that it's his phone, adding another 20-something videos doesn't move the ball. It's cumulative and should be excluded. We object on those grounds. There is also video number 1, 2, 3, 4. And in that video, Mr. Demons uses a pejorative term that I don't want, that I think will be inflammatory, and on 403 grounds we would object. It refers to Caucasians as crackers. And I don't want any of the jurors who might be of that race to form a negative impression and be prejudiced in their assessment for the sake of proving that Mr. Demons owns a phone that they've already seen 530 photos from.
But with regards to that last video that counsel is taking issue with, this is the absolute last video or audio file that is on this phone before the defendant turns himself in. And he does use that term, however, I think in the totality of the circumstances, it is more probative than prejudicial.
We stipulate that he used the phone on that day.
My name is Melly, and I'm gonna turn myself in, but I'm in a suitcase because these pirates are harassing me, and I have to get on a private jet. I don't want them to see me.
So in terms of, it shows the defendant just prior to his arrest and booking, and showing that he was turning himself in, which has already been testimony about, that was brought in from the defense with regards to Deputy Naycock, who did the booking prints on this case.
We'll stipulate that he used the phone on that day to avoid the potential prejudice of him offending jurors on the racial pejorative.
Play it again.
Sure.
Hello, Slayback. It's Jane Flint. My name is Melly, and I'm gonna turn myself in, but I'm in a suitcase because these pirates are harassing me, and I have to get on a private jet. I don't want them to see me.
He said these crackers are arresting me. I have to get on a private jet.
Just to be clear, there has been numerous other inflammatory, racially motivated terminology and language that has been used, and there's been no objection on that front.
We all done, anything else?
Nothing else?
All right, so regarding the one with the presumably under 13-year-old child on the video, just hold that until I can see what the CFR say. I noticed the jury regarding the last video where the pejorative terms used, crackers, just go ahead and delete it, all right?
So the county commission can take out just that term?
Yep.
Okay.
That's what was.
I'll need a couple minutes to do that.
I hope that didn't look like that.
Yeah, I mean it's in everything. It's not the first we've heard that term, so but they don't want defense doesn't want anything prejudicial. Yeah, that Kathy said gossip rumor and innuendo says, wait, why why is that one being edited out, but the other ones have been said over and over? That is kind of prosecution's same thought process, that why are they objecting now? But all the other ones, they didn't. Not only did they not object, but he read them out loud multiple times. But I don't see that as something that would be. I mean, we've seen so much worse. So I don't. But what do I know? Let's see. No, Jacoby is not. Oh, that just moved. I was going to show this comment and it moved. Where did it go? He is not going to testify. I believe they have filed motions for everything he has said to not be taken into consideration, which of course they don't want it taken into consideration because he gave a very, very damning testimony or statement, deposition, about, details about them, things that Melly said when they were at Fredo Bang's house and about them going the next day to look for the gun. He even said what car they went in. They went in the Kia, and I know they subpoenaed the records for Kia too. So he gave a lot of stuff. So they filed motions for his to not be allowed either. For him, Felicia, and Mariah, for all three of them, they filed those motions back to back. Lisa Lamont, this is what I am wondering. They have access to everything that will be presented. I thought to save time, they had some sort of stipulation process. Yeah, and they have gone through like motion after motion, but when they don't get the answer they were wanting, they will still they've been trying again while in court.
Computer's not ready. We're in recess.
We're in recess already. That didn't take long. So, let's see. The other objection, of course, that we heard Stu make was for, relevance. And the judge, I don't know if you heard him, he said that they've already talked about relevance of these, and that's already been established. So he overruled that one. It is annoying to us to have to sit here and watch a slideshow of 500 and something pictures. The videos, 24 videos, hopefully they're all pretty short, but we'll see. But not positive. I mean, some of them are obviously going to be longer than others, but the whole process to us seems like overkill, as far as proving it's his phone and stuff. But keep in mind, if they don't do this, defense is still saying, we don't know that it was his phone. We don't know who was using it. So showing all of this is kind of annoying to us, but look at it from prosecution's perspective, that they're showing that they have all of these videos and all of these pictures, and all of them are showing him holding the phone, and him being the one who was in charge of, him being the one who was posting on his accounts, him being the one who was texting, him being the one who had the phone. So it seems like it's overkill to us, but defense is still saying they don't know who had the phone. So this is all in an attempt to show who had the phone. It is annoying, but it is necessary for them. Oh, hello, Lindsay Hendricks. Hello. Welcome. It is good to see y'all back. Let's see. Oh yeah, we need to come up with bingo games. Take a shot and do a squat is is great for sidebars, but all of these recesses take a little bit longer. So you can come up with games, bingo, tic-tac-toe. I could actually, maybe that's something that we could look into doing. I can, we can call bingo during the thing. We'll have to maybe figure out a way to do the bingo cards on the website or something, and play bingo during the breaks. Let's see. Hello, welcome. The trial seems to be dragging a little bit because this has been like more recesses and stuff than I've ever seen in my whole entire life. But after the videos, and we have the lead detective. The lead detective they said today, is the last that they have on the witness list. So that will probably take a while, but it's the last one on the witness list. So I'm assuming it will be extensive, but really interesting, and kind of start pulling everything else together.
Ready to go?
Yes, Ryan?
All right, let's get back on the record as State of Florida versus Devin. President is the
Yeah.
defendant, his
Last one on
counsel, assistant
prosecution.
state attorneys, juries and a jury. Regarding the objection was posted about the child on the CFR, that objection noted. I looked at the CFR in question. I don't think it's applicable. The objection notice over. All right, and he took out the word majority term cracker.
I did, Your Honor, and I played it for Mr. Howard twice, so you can verify that it is silent during that portion.
Thank you. Spring jury.
We can have Detective Melly take the stand.
Sure.
He has a really wide, like his mouth opens really wide. Never noticed it till it yawned. That's a lot of real estate in there. I don't mean that in a bad way. That's just his mouth opens really wide. That makes it really easy for his dentist appointment.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of our jury, as well as the defendant, Mr. Devins, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys. And Ms. Bradley, this is your next witness.
Yes, Detective Mark Moran.
All right, here we go.
Raise your right hand for us.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You state your full legal name for the record.
Mark Brady,
Spell your first and last name for the court report.
M-A-R-K, M-O-R-E-T-T.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. That microphone in front of you only goes up or down, it doesn't move back and forth, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see what he has to say.
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. How are you today?
Well, ma'am, thank you.
Where do you work?
City of Miramar,
How long have you worked for the City of Miramar?
20 years.
And what is your current assignment with the City of Miramar?
Homicide unit.
How long have you been in the homicide unit?
Since 2000, started working in the homicide cases in about 2016.
Prior to becoming a homicide detective for the city of Miramar, what other hats did you wear?
I also worked in economic crimes for a couple of years. Before economic crimes, I worked in street crimes, which is street level narcotics, gangs, robbery, violent offenders. Before that, I worked in traffic unit, as well as traffic homicide. And then before that, I was in road patrol.
Prior to your time in the Miramar Police Department, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
Yes, I worked for Pinecrest Police Department in Miami from 1998 to 2003.
And don't make me do math, 2003 to the current, you've been with Miramar?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to Pinecrest, did you serve in the military or any of the armed forces?
Yes, ma'am. I did a total of 20 years in the military. I did 7 years active in the Air Force, got out shortly after 9/11, went into the Coast Guard Reserve, did another 13 for a total of 20 years. I served in enlisted as well as in the officer corps for the Coast Guard.
So in terms of your training experience as a police officer and a detective, did you attend a police academy?
Yes, in 1997, while still on active duty in the military, I went to St. Petersburg Criminal Justice Center.
And approximately how long was that police academy training?
A couple of months.
After you became an officer with Pinecrest, did you have on-the-job training?
Yes, ma'am.
And at Pinecrest PD, did you hold any special titles or roles?
I was a drug recognition expert for field sobriety, impaired drivers. Also maintained the maintenance on the intoxilizer for courtroom purposes.
In terms of homicide specifically, do you have training in just that area?
In Pinecrest,
And all your time in law enforcement?
I've had about 240 hours in homicide investigations. The first class was death investigations here in Broward County. The second one was the Miami-Dade Police Department's homicide school. And then the third one is through IPTM, which is the Institute of Police Technology and Management, which is another 40 hours of formalized training in the area of homicide investigations. And I attended 3 conferences, which each one is 40 hours long, and specifically to homicide investigations for about 240 hours, just in specialized training.
In terms of on-the-job training, do you have practical experience handling homicide cases?
Yes, I started slowly working homicide cases in 2015, just as training. I was basically writing warrants for the unit. I was doing fraud, and so when they were on scene, they be at the station, and I would get a phone call to start authoring warrants to be prepared for the judge.
Okay, in terms of the number of homicide cases you've handled since you said 2016 is when you went to that unit?
Yes, ma'am.
How many homicide cases, or death investigations, I should say, have you handled since then?
Homicide cases I've been involved in about 40 of them to this point. As the lead, maybe 12, 15. Total death investigations, probably another 20 or 30.
So I want to talk about cell phones. Is that another area you have training and experience in?
Yes, ma'am.
What classes have you taken in from Celebrate?
I've been through the basic Celebrate examiner's course to conduct a digital forensic examination of the cell phone, and then interpreting the data from the cell phone as well.
Okay, and in terms of the number of cases that you've worked, could you give an approximate number that involves the data from a cell phone itself?
I've probably handled, over the years, probably 75 to 100 cases, specifically just with cell phones.
What about cell phone company data? The true call, the per call measurement, all of that?
I've been dealing with that since I came into the Detective Bureau. So that would be in 2013. I've had a bunch of specialized training in regards to cell sites. I've been to a forensic mapping course. I've been through with the platform what we use to analyze the cell site data, which is called CellHawk, which is a different platform. Then I've been to the FBI's course, which is the CAST. And I still use CAST, the CAST platform, but for different aspects of cell site analysis. And I've been through an actual specific course for cell phone investigation, just using the phone in your investigations.
Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen what is CellHawk?
That's the first time they've heard this term.
Cell hawk is the same, it's very similar to what the FBI uses. FBI uses what's called CASPIS. Cell hawk is just a mapping program working off of Google Maps, to which we, plot the data for the cell phone. It takes a lot of the work out. In the past, when we first started to, analyzing cell data, we would have to actually plot the towers ourselves, determine what sector, draw the azimuth. Nowadays, we can just take the cell records and put it into the cell hawk. We still have to authenticate it, make sure that the data is being read properly. And then we're able to make our determination or apply the data to our case.
So you mentioned plotting and things like that. Do you use mapping software in your day-to-day work as a detective?
Of course, we just regular Google Maps, Google Earth. It's also a method of open source investigations is using the mapping.
So I'm going to go to October 26th of 2018. Did you have an occasion to become involved in a Miramar Police Department investigation under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your role?
I was called out around about 6 o'clock in the morning. Detective Bertrand called me. I was off, was not working. Hector was in his final year and a half of employment, and he didn't want to take on any new cases. He asked me, I can't have him at the hospital. I have 2 dead bodies. Would you mind coming out? Of course, I said, yeah, that's fine.
So when you got to the hospital, what did you see?
When I first got on scene, I made contact with the on-scene supervisor, which was Sergeant Bermudez. And he walked me through the scene, which was, at that point, it was just a 2018 Jeep Compass that was parked in the emergency unloading zone. It had many bullet holes on it.
Can you, time out for just a second, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how the emergency room unloading zone is separate and different from other areas of the hospital?
It's a pull-up where it has the electric sliding doors that it allows you straight access into the emergency room, which all hospitals are relatively standard in that sense, that there's going to be a quick immediate access for hospital personnel to provide immediate care in triage type situations.
Is the emergency room the only entrance into that hospital?
No, you can come, there's an entrance off of Pembroke Road, and there's an entrance off of 172.
And when you came to the scene, do you remember which side you went to first?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The time when you get to the hospital, you talked about speaking with Sergeant Bermudez. Who else did you see on scene?
A couple of the detectives were already there. Detective Bertrand, Detective Toyota was there. And then also a couple of the other sergeants, because we had 2 young males that were deceased. So it prompted a lot of people to be called out to the scene.
Okay. And in terms of civilians, were there any civilians on scene when you got there?
At that point, I wasn't made aware of all the civilians on scene until after we had spoken with Cortland Henry.
Okay. So you mentioned Cortland Henry. Who is that?
Cortland Henry is the driver of the vehicle, and he is also the co-defendant in this case.
And when you made contact with Mr. Henry, where was that?
They had him separate from everyone else. He was in a visiting a room, a treatment room. It was an actual hospital room with a door, not just a sliding shade. It actually was door, window, bed.
When you made contact with Mr. Henry, did you have any knowledge of the surveillance footage from the New Era studio that's been entered into evidence of State 7?
No, ma'am. At that point, I came into it blindly.
So how did you treat Mr. Henry?
He was a victim of a crime.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have already heard the statement that you took. During the course of that statement, what things in that Mr. Henry said started setting off a little bit of alarm bells for you?
The biggest thing is where the crime allegedly had occurred. We were being told it was on Miramar Parkway, just west of Southwest 160, as closer to 172 in that area there. But when we had the area walked out, We didn't find any shell casings, didn't find any shards of glass, and you're in a residential. Yes, there is businesses there, but on the south side is residential. As many bullet holes there was in that car. Initially, I think I saw at least 10, and we didn't get a single phone call.
Okay. So when you were there on scene, did you look at the car that was out there? You said you saw at least 10. Bullet holes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you notice any damage to the rims or the tires of the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Henry tell you about like a side swiping of a curb?
He said that when a vehicle pulled up next to him and started shooting, he lowered his position in the vehicle for his safety, and he hit the curb. But there was some front end damage, but you could tell there was older front end damage.
Was that explained during the course of his statement? That's from the prior accident?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
In terms of the way you treated him, what were you taking into account?
He's a victim of a crime. And sometimes when you experience very traumatic situations, you're not going to remember everything. And it's understandable that you're going to be vague sometimes in your facts. And even if you're not from the area, you may be confused on the location. So our biggest thing was that we knew something happened. We knew it just didn't happen where they said it happened.
Why is it important for a law enforcement officer to know where something happened?
Well, we got to establish venue, which has been for jurisdiction for us to investigate the crime.
Speaking of venue, in what city, county, and state is Memorial Miramar Hospital?
So the city of Miramar, county of Broward, state of Florida.
And at that point, when you're making contact with Cortland Henry, does the name Jamel Devins come up in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any indication that he was in the car told to you at that point?
No, ma'am.
You mentioned at some point in the statement another shooting off of I-95.
Yes, ma'am.
What investigation did you do to see how that was?
I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know if it's the storm.
Potentially related to this case?
I was able to get a hold of the detective on scene, which is Detective Curcio from Broward Sheriff's Office. And I was able to compare notes and discuss and figure out that shooting was definitely not related to our shooting. They even had a weapon left on scene, which was, I believe, an assault-style rifle, and was able to determine that was not related to us.
In terms of were you able to determine if different caliber weapons were used in those two shootings?
That's my recollection. There was different calibers, and at the end of the day, I know they made an arrest on that.
Okay.
Their facts didn't even match up to our facts.
So going on to potential suspects that Mr. Henry gave you, does he mention anyone or point the finger at anybody at that point?
I think he mentioned one name. They may have some beef up from Vero, from some guy named Bentley or something like that, but nothing that we could verify.
And in terms of the beef with Bentley, did he say if it was ended?
I believe his statement said it was taken care of, it was squashed.
With regards to an incident at Walmart, were you informed about a potential suspect there?
Yes, there was an incident a few months back at Walmart. I think during his statements, he said first the fight took place inside and it was outside. But I guess a necklace was stolen. It was posted online. But it didn't seem that anything really came of that either.
Okay, so Detective Moretti, based on your training and experience, have you had the opportunity to respond to various Walmarts across South Florida?
Yes,
Have you done criminal investigations regarding incidents or crimes that have occurred at those Walmarts?
yes.
Based on that, do you know how long Walmart keeps video for?
Traditionally 30 days.
And in terms of the time period that was being described to you, was that within the 30 days?
It was way beyond 30 days.
So going back to that morning, did you go with Mr. Henry in the car with Detective Toyota to find out where this incident had happened?
You know, Mr. Henry rode with Detective Toyota, and it was just empty in the car.
And in terms of the evidence or anything that was reported back to you as the lead detective in this case that was recovered from the street surface of Miramar Parkway between I-75 and 184th.
There was no evidence recovered at all.
So, knowing that you had this location, are there businesses along Miramar Parkway that have surveillance footage?
Yes,
Were you able to go to some of those and retrieve some of that surveillance footage?
yes.
So I'm gonna start with what's been marked as states quadruple L, which is a composite of 2 photos. Council, you have a copy? Detective Marty, I'm showing you a composite of 2 images within the little state triple L. Do you recognize those 2 photos?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize those 2 photos?
These are snapshots of the video from the McDonald's, the corner of 172 and Miramar Parkway.
And how do you recognize those?
Well, I'm the one that retrieved the video myself personally, but you can see at 3:46 a.m., you see a red vehicle going by, a red SUV, and then at 3:46:57, you see a silver SUV going by, which was consistent with the 2 vehicles.
Well, before we get into that, those photos fairly and accurately depict the video that you took from the McDonald's on October 26th of 2018. Those 2 screenshots from the video that cover the time frame of this incident.
Yes, ma'am.
Have they been altered or changed in any way?
No, ma'am.
All right, this time the state would request to move states quadruple L and the states 84.
Any objection?
No.
You're admitted.
States quadruple L will be marked states 84.
Now, y'all remember I had the McDonald's stuff on our map.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
So
You
these
may.
are the pictures. Now we're gonna see the, from their security cameras. It's never Target, it's always Walmart.
Starting at states 84, page 1, which is 10/26/2018, 34650.040. Detective Meridian, the screen in front of you is a touch screen. So I'm going to zoom in on the picture a little bit. And can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what area of the screen you were talking about?
Right.
If you move, it should show the cursor a little bit better.
Okay.
And so what color did that vehicle appear to be?
Red.
And keeping it in the same location. Moving on to page 2, 34657.840. Is that same circle around the vehicle that was in question in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that appear to be a darker colored vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
At what point did you learn about New Era Studios?
When we spoke with Mr. Henry, he informed us that they just came from the recording studios in Fort Lauderdale. And so 2 of our detectives then responded there, Detective Bertrand and
Right here.
Detective Toyota, to retrieve the video, or just to go there to see what evidence they could recover.
Okay. Once the video was recovered, did you review it?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how far is it from the New Era 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale to the Sunset Lakes 40th Street Guardhouse?
30 miles.
And have you had the opportunity to drive that distance or look that route before?
Yes, ma'am.
With regards to the studio video, what's been admitted as state 7. Did you review this before or after the search warrant was conducted on the Jeep?
This was before.
So going to channel 4, 2:17:42 starting time. Fast forwarding here till 2:18:40. Were any man purses, satchels found in that gray Jeep?
No, ma'am.
Specifically, the beige one that's pictured at 2:18:40.
No, ma'am, we did not recover that.
Continuing forward to 2:19:05. Was a black satchel recovered?
No, ma'am.
Specifically the one that is seen in the individual in the black and white jacket?
Correct.
Did Mr. Henry have possession of either of those satchels or man purses at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
So after you learn about the studio video, do you have an occasion to respond to a location that's identified as 18521 Southwest 44th Street?
Yes, we went to that before the video was recovered. That was the location where the defendant was residing at the time.
And who else did you know lived there at that time?
I believe the defendant, co-defendant, Mr. Henry, Mr. Mills, Mr. Davis, Mr. Glass. I believe they were all living there, as well as the victims.
And in terms of the location of that address, do you know the name of the subdivision it's in?
I believe that's Sunset Lakes,
And where is Sunset Lakes, what city?
City of Miramar.
When you went to that 18521 Southwest 44th address, did you go inside?
No, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it was like when you first got to that location?
At that point, we had already cleared from the hospital. It was probably, the sun was already coming up, so, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe even a little bit later. We went, there was no cars in the driveway. We went to the front door, knocked, looked in the windows. We didn't see anyone.
While you were on scene, did a vehicle pull up?
Yes,
What vehicle was that?
it's the red Mitsubishi.
And who was in that?
Driving it was Dontavius Withers and Adrian Davis.
Did you make contact with them?
Yes,
Without going into what they said, were you able to get a phone number from each of them?
yes,
Did you see the defendant, Demel Evans, there at that time?
no, ma'am.
Were you invited into the house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In terms of the McDonald's video, when time and the continuity of when you did things, when did you go to McDonald's?
I believe that I went to McDonald's a week, this happened on a Friday or Saturday morning, and I was at McDonald's Monday morning.
Okay. So I'm going to go now to on October 26th. Did you do any additional evidence collection or interviewing of any individuals?
On the 26th,
Yes.
no, I just wrote the search warrant for the Jeep.
While you were at the hospital, you mentioned that you didn't see civilians when you first got there.
Correct,
Were there any civilians that you made contact with before you left?
yes.
And who would those be?
There was some of the victim's family there, some of the Phillips family.
No, neither victim has the last name Phillips. You'll have to identify who those.
The Phillips family was with Chris Thomas's family.
Okay.
There was also I didn't make contact with him, Detective Bertrand did, Trayvon Glass, an Andrew, I forget his last name. He was there. I made contact with the defendant's mother, Jamie King.
Okay. And after you left the hospital and made contact with those individuals, did you do anything else other than writing the warrant and executing the warrant on the gray Jeep?
No, ma'am.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you have to do to write a search warrant.
The search warrant is based upon probable cause. There's an affidavit, like an application, and then there's the actual warrant. We write the warrant, the application, the affidavit, and then we send it to a state attorney. We file it with the state attorney is on duty. Hopefully we get the way from up early in the morning because we're up. So we send the warrant to them, they review it, and then if they approve it, then it goes to the judge. The judge will then sign it. At this point, we're doing electronic warrant, so we could submit it electronically.
And in terms of the search of the Jeep, can you start searching it while you're waiting for the judge? Why not?
Because we don't have authorization to go into the Jeep. And we secure it, we can take it, we can hold it, but until that warrant is signed, we cannot touch that vehicle.
So after the warrant is signed, it's executed, are you present for the execution of that search warrant?
Yes.
What?
I actually have to read the warrant to the vehicle. I know that sounds very strange. It's one of those procedures that's been done for years. I can never explain it, but if it's a house, we have to read it to the house. If it's a vehicle, we read it to the vehicle.
Is that why we see you holding papers with all these warrants?
Yes.
So after you read the warrant aloud and tell the people that are assisting you what you're looking for, what is your role while the warrant is being executed?
I step back. I don't get involved in that process.
Do you collect evidence at that point?
No, ma'am.
Do you indicate which areas may be of interest for evidence collection?
I'll point out that, this is who was sitting where, this is what we have, but, that's their area of expertise.
After that warrant is executed on the gray Jeep, when are you made aware of the casing that's found in the back seat?
That night, when they collected it.
And going forward to October 27th of 2018, did you leave Broward County and travel to meet with other witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
We went up to, Vero Beach, into Gifford to make contact with some of the victims' family.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to, without going into what was said, see Adrian Davis again?
I saw Agent Davis again. We saw Dontavius Withers again. I believe we saw Chris Thomas Sr. And I think if I'm not mistaken, the girlfriend of Chris Thomas as well.
Was there an occasion in which the application Snapchat was brought up?
Yes.
As a result of learning about a Snapchat, did you author a warrant for Snapchat?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you authored the warrant for Snapchat, which has already been admitted into evidence in various states, what were you looking for?
I was looking for communications between Janelle Demons and Dontavius Withers.
And what were those communications supposedly going to show?
The communication was supposed to show that Janelle Demons sent a message.
Can we approach?
Sidebar. Take a shot, do a squat. Take a shot, do a squat. Sidebar. Was it me or did he laugh when they said, were you invited in to the house? Why are you plopping yourself down, little lady? She's pouting. Lucy's pouting. did my squat. Yeah, I thought so too. I thought he chuckled like, haha, no. Definitely was not invited in. Shocker. Shocker. So it looks like, all that stuff that we've heard about, like the video stuff and all of that. It looks like as they have him up here going through the course of the investigation, they will more than likely pull up a lot of that stuff as they go, like we just saw with the McDonald's stuff, and we'll probably see the school CCTV and stuff like that. Go through and paint their whole story, what they are saying happened. Yeah, the satchels were not found in the car, which means they exited the car. I mean, common sense would tell you that they exited before they got to the hospital, as did Melly. He exited before they got to the hospital, so which in and of itself does not prove anything, but it is another building block to their theory. The state could possibly rest depending on how long it takes to get through the videos that they're going to show and how long it takes to get through Moretti's testimony and his cross-examination. His cross-examination is likely going to be extensive. One of the things that they are saying is, that the defense is saying, is that Moretti basically botched this whole thing. So I expect the cross-examination on this to be spicy. This is, according to what she said this morning, this is their last witness, and then they've got some videos that they're entering into evidence. Juvie had a bag. What are your thoughts? Yes, my thoughts are that that bag also had a gun in it, and it's also...
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to clarify one thing. Prior to trial, I mispronounced the defendant's name. It's pronounced Demons, D-E-M-O-N-S. Lemons with a D is the way it was explained to me. And I know it's been pronounced different ways here, but it's pronounced Demons. All right? Detective, all right? Demons?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, so going into what's been previously offered into evidence as State 61. The account information, if you could publish what this says, and I'm trying to make it as big as possible, as to who owned this particular Snapchat account.
Okay.
You could read?
Yes, this is the display name is Melly Montana. The email address associated with this is mellymontana@icloud.com. The phone number is 772-713-9807. And I guess I think they call it the vanity name YNW Melly.
Okay. And is that display name as it's indicated here?
Yes.
In terms of the IP history, did you do any additional investigation or research into the IPs that were provided?
No.
Going into the...
I'm sorry.
Is there objection?
There's no objection, but we will rest.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. We'll take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence. Certainly no research. Just leave your notepad on your chairs. Thank you.
mean, I said demons the whole first 2 weeks of the trial.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel Mann for the defendant. You need the record break? Can you raise it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Devens?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I apologize for interrupting.
Oh, no problem.
I'm gonna show you how to clear this.
We apologize for pronouncing his name wrong, son. Can you raise it?
This particular snap,
Ms. Melly, 7.
in terms going into the,
I'm nosy. I want to go back and read this while they're at break.
Is there objection?
There's no objection.
Sir, no reason. All right. See you on.
Let's see. Who are you barking at?
I'm sorry, we'll take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss.
It was compelling evidence. I think
Look at
that
Bob.
I probably would have.
Hey, Bob. I just wanted to go back and read those because I'm nosy. Let's be honest. I know that they're about to show them, but I don't like to wait. Alrighty, let's see. Yeah, they nixed that. The judge nixed that. They will not be going to see the car. Last I saw, anyway. Let's see. Kelly P says we are going to be done in 2030. Hopefully. Let's see. They're taking a potty break. Yes, I got some new gnomes. So, Brother Brewmeister sent me these. Aren't they cute? So cute. I got them as a little welcome back. When I got back, they were in there. Aren't they cute? Let's see. Sorry, y'all. I'm not going to yawn again. I will not do it anyway. That gibberish was how kids talk to each other sometimes now. It's like when we were their age and our parents were like, "What are you saying?" It's kind of the same thing now. Yeah, because look, they just came back. So I don't think that there was really a potty break needed, but what do I know? I know a lot, actually. Let's be honest. Ha ha ha. Let's see. See, I swallowed that yawn. I am still on vacation time. I I rested well, but then setting my alarm this morning was really tough. I'll get caught up. It's Melly's fault. It's Melly's fault because he yawned, and that's contagious. My vacation was incredible. It was amazing. Much, much needed. It's always cool to get out and explore new places. And it's also always cool to have a week of somebody else making your food and cleaning up and all of that stuff. Sorry. Okay, so let's look at this while they're on break. All right, so that McDonald's camera was down here, and then that security camera for the school that we heard about earlier was up here. The one that they just showed the pictures for, it's from right here. Let's see if there's anything else they went over that we can put into context. Oh, this was the day after. This was the so I mapped out everything of everything, every data that we have so far, the security cameras, the phone data, the tower data, and that's what this one is. And so, oh, Kim Newton just gifted a membership. Thank you, Kim Newton. It went to Martha Irene. Welcome. Thank you so much, Kim Newton. I appreciate that. We love gifted memberships. I keep hiding my yawns. Okay. So the stuff that I'm excited to hear still too, that they went through his credential stuff in the beginning for a reason. They still have cell phone stuff that they are entering in. So they're bringing that up to, anytime they make a point about something, you always know something else is coming. So them bringing out the, his credentials on the 75-100 cases that he's done from just cell phone stuff is for a reason, because this case is heavily reliant on cell phone data. So going over all of the stuff that they've got is part of how all of the cell phone data and tower data and location data and step data and all the cell phone stuff, all the social media stuff, all of that, going over all of that is how they pieced a lot of this together. So I think we can expect to hear him going over a lot more of that as he comes. Yeah, we're on a potty break. Sorry, should have gotten some coffee at the break. Let's see. All right, the ones that I have most of these charts up on brandychurchwell.com. There's a link for the charts for Melly, but there's a few more that I haven't added yet that I'll try to get added this evening at some point. They're already made. I just have to go through and add them. Including the stuff from the location data. I pulled it up earlier, but the location data from the pin drops that he sent, the location pins that he sent to Fredo, I mapped those out in relation to everything else as well. So I'll put those up there this evening as well. We can look at those tomorrow during a break, or you can look at them whenever. I'll put them up on there. See how long we make it without another objection or sidebar or recess or potty break. LSK says 30 seconds.
Jury entering.
Jury entering was changed to very interesting. These closed captions, y'all. Possibly, depending on if it's streamed and timing and all of that.
Once again, reflect the presence for our jury, the defendant, the judges, to the counsel, the assistant state attorney, all witness protection marks already remain on stand. Brandi, I think you're still on your direct examination. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Detective Brandi, we had started talking about the Snapchat records. Before we go in and publish the rest of those, in your investigation, were you able to determine nicknames and legal names for various individuals that are involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So starting with the defendant, did he have a nickname that he was commonly referred to as?
Melly.
Okay. Hold the microphone, it got pushed away. Thank you.
On Williams' phone, he was known as Smurf. I'm sorry, on Williams' phone, he was known as Slim.
Okay.
Some various other names.
So in terms of for Portland Henry, did he have a nickname you learned during the course of this case?
Yes, Portland Henry actually went by the name of Ward.
Okay. And for Mariah Hamilton, did she have a nickname?
The one most commonly used was Riri.
So in going through the messages, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit on this. Like, for example, Friday, November 9th, 2032-05 UTC. What is the difference between UTC time and November of 2018 post time change?
It's UTC is Universal Time Code, which is 5 hours ahead of our current time zone.
And that's in November. What about in October? What was the difference before the time change?
It was 4 hours time difference. I think the time change was actual date was November 4th.
Okay. So in terms of this message, there's a lot of kind of gibberish characters at the end after it says kill me. What are those gibberish characters?
Usually those are emojis that when it's printed, that's how it looks on paper.
And so I'm going to make sure we understand, and that it's clear to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what these columns each stand for. So starting with the far left column, what is that column?
Is the ID column, I guess the two accounts that are speaking with each other.
Okay. The next column, what is it?
It's the from, that's to be the sender, and then the next column is to, which would be the receiver of the message.
Okay, and then under where it says body?
That is the actual message.
And over here on timestamp, what would that reflect in that last column?
That was in the actual time that the message was sent in UTC, and you would just subtract 5 hours off of that. That's,
Okay. I'm not going to make you do the math right now, because that's, we'll get to that in a second. So I want to go to October 26th of 2018. Were there any messages captured as part of the search warrant on October 26th, 2018?
no, ma'am.
In terms of the message here on Tuesday, October 23rd, who is identifying themselves as using this Snapchat account?
The name being used is Melly.
So were you able to determine who was that baby 01?
Yes, that was Mariah Hamilton.
How could you tell that?
The context of the conversation between them two, as well as interviewing Ms. Hamilton.
Were there pictures that were sent back and forth that also included her photograph in these?
Leading. Overall.
Yes, there was photographs between as well.
So going to this message here, which is Friday, November 9th, 2023, 12 UTC 2018. Now I am going to ask you to do the subtract 5 math on that one.
What you see there is 2023 UTC, which would be 8:23 UTC PM time. However, but transferring it back to Eastern Standard Time, it would be 3:23 PM.
And what I'm going to do here, so it's clear on the columns again, go back to the first page of the chat. So this message is going to the defendant's account.
Correct.
Okay. What does Ms. Hamilton say to the defendant?
Objection. Document speaks for itself.
So he can read it and publish it?
Overruled.
Like I said before, your stupid ass blocked me. You move very effing funny. TF. We know what that means. BITCH, you know what that wasn't tagged on that girl page, but your dumbass just lie about everything. I peep every effing thing, and I always watch how a MF move, and this is how you've gone move, bitch. I'm not going to come around no more, period. Don't post me on your damn Snapchat if you're scared to post me on your Instagram for your bitches, period, TF. And I won't go to another show neither. Be trying to have Portland go to the shows with you so you can bring bitches and shit back to the hotel. Everything is so cool. I peep everything. You're one sneaky lying bitch boy. F you. I'm standing on my shit this time. Bet you won't hear from me again after today. And then there's 3 emojis, which doesn't translate when you put it in.
May we approach?
Yes.
So, this is the context for those Snapchat things we heard about. I'm glad she left it up there. I told y'all I'm nosy. I'd have gone back and paused it and read it. But this gives the jury time to read it all too. Which, I mean, they're up here doing that, so. I don't even know what I'm probably like looking like that from my read face. They don't use their nice words when they're talking to each other, him and Mariah. Basically, she's mad because he's cheating,
Yes.
allegedly,
Okay, so we were continuing on.
and taking
We
Portland
just published,
and bringing girls back. And it looks like she saw him on
that
some girl's thing, and he's saying it
23/12.
was Tay.
So going to 20/24/17. We can just stay in UTC so you don't have to keep doing
Thank you.
the
I'm
next.
sorry, what's the date of that message?
November 9th.
Same objection.
Thank you. Objection notice overruled.
So with regards to, again, using the first page, so it's clear as to who is from and to, the author of this message on 2024/17, who is that from?
It's from Melly, Montana to Dead Baby B01.
Okay. Then the next message from that Melly, Montana, and this is November 9th, 2018, 2025-19 UTC for council.
Judges, may I have a continuing objection so I don't have to interrupt the state on this?
That's fine, Young.
Thank you. Continuing objection.
Thank you.
And so what does Melly.Montana say to that individual on November 9th of 2018? I'm gonna try and make it big, sorry.
No, that's fine. I just want to read it quickly before he's cautioned. Bitch, I'm not fit to leave board with Tao after what you stuck on me being with, but you think that's all I think about. This N-word saved my life. He's coming with a K everywhere with me, cause with a K, if them crackers come grab him, it's my fault. You forgot 3 question marks.
So then I'm gonna go, so it's clear. The messages chronologically, how do they go in this exhibit?
They go by the time frame, but you can see it's a sequential argument between 2 individuals, the same individuals.
So let me ask you a better question. The message here below that says 2025-39 is the message that's above it at 2027-26 prior to or after?
Is after.
So in terms of reading the sequence, do you go from the bottom of the page up
from the bottom up.
Okay. So going now to the next message, again, November 9th, 2025, 39 UTC from Melly.Montana to that baby message. What does it say?
Dumbass ho, you so selfish and young-minded, don't even think about what I'm going through.
Okay, and then moving on to the message from this November 9th, 2027 UTC, 2018.
Fuck ass ho, you don't, FWN, which means fuck with me anyways, you just use me like the rest to keep all that shit ho on God, on my mama. He was on her shit.
Okay. So, continue on to the next message from Melly, Montana, and this one is at November 9th, 2027, 26 UTC. And that message here from Melly, Montana, again, what does this one say?
You know I don't want Fort Brown yay like that stupid asshole.
The next message, which is then 2027, 23 UTC for the record, from, again, Melly, Montana.
Shit deeper than just bitches.
So continuing up, moving on to Friday, November 9th, 2029, 20 UTC, 2018. Message from Melly, Montana to, again, that baby. What does that one say?
You don't fuck with me anyways. I peeped it. You can slide, but God knows I wasn't in her shit. N-word will end real dumb. Breaking your shit, you spoiled everything was given to you, you bitch. You act like a N-word, oh some bitch slide. I keep Borton with cuz at the end of the day, he did one of the realest shit in my life.
Okay. So this argument continues on, so you described it. So the response to that from that baby to Melly.Montana, which is on 20/30/26, Friday, November 9th, 2018. What is her response?
Oh, I am. Stop messaging. There's nothing else to say. Still peep everything, hun, and I says it's fine.
The response from Melly.Montana on Friday, November 9th,
I
2030.
try to pre-read it to make sure,
Yes.
cautious what I say. I'm gonna keep him with me. He ain't never say half the shit you said. I put you way before him at one point. He never said none, bitch, stay away. You don't love nobody. For real, you heartless. I see it, bitch. Stay away, ho. You just wanna break a N-word.
So going up to Friday, November 9th, 2031, UTC. Again, the from column, Melly, Montana. What does that message state?
I'll real deal.
And then the next one here,
But you
Sorry. No.
dropped 5
my apologies, sorry, at the top.
in the end, never mind.
So then the response from that baby on Friday, November 9th at 2018, 2032-05 UTC.
She responded, kill me with a question mark with some emojis that were unreadable.
Okay. So after you reviewed these Snapchat records and you weren't able to confirm or deny anything about a Snapchat communication on October 26th, 2018, what was the next step in your investigation on, let's see, so that was October 27th, we had talked about in Vero Beach. I want to go to October 29th of 2018. What did you do in terms of search warrants on cell phone data?
I authored 2 search warrants, one to Sprint, one to T-Mobile. The Sprint one was to Deltavius Withers' cell phone, as well as one of the victims, Chris Thomas's.
Okay.
And then the other search warrant was for the phone of the defendant. As well.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Cause for hearsay. And they have not established a predicate that it's, in fact, our client's cell phone.
Why don't you come sidebar?
Okay. Sidebar, take a shot, do a squat. Yeah, that was not a very smooth conversation. I'm going to, when I go back later, I'm going to screenshot it, put it together, and get rid of all the fluff. We can look at it tomorrow. Let's see. Sorry, I was reading the text, so I've missed a lot of chat. I'm trying to see what all I've missed.
So Detective Moretti, you indicated that you had done a search warrant to T-Mobile. Is that for the 772-713-9807 phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that also done for a 954-248-9801 number?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the correct number on the 9801?
The second time, yes.
Okay. So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it means when you transpose the digit.
When I originally authored the warrant, I on the cell phone number for Anthony Williams. I transposed the last 2 digits, so the data came back. It was wrong.
Okay. Were you able to catch that mistake and fix it?
Yes.
You make mistakes, you're a human being?
I make mistakes. I'll continue to make mistakes. Not perfect. Never said I was.
Okay. So once you, on October 29th, you analyze you do the warrants for the cell phone data.
Yes.
Do you get it right away like that?
No.
Okay. Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about when you first got some of that data back.
We first, at the time, Sprint and T-Mobile were 2 separate entities. They have now since combined. We traditionally got Sprint back quicker. I think we got it back within a week. I think it took about 2 weeks for the other number, for the T-Mobile providers. So when we first got the Sprint records back, at the time, Sprint just wasn't as accurate as T-Mobile was.
Okay. In terms of, do you mean accurate or precise?
More precise. I mean, T-Mobile has the true timing advance, which at the time Sprint was using per call measurement data, but we didn't have a lot of per call measurement data, which is distance and angle from the tower to the device, which is just estimated.
So when you get the Sprint data, do you have any idea of how far away a particular device may have been from the tower?
At that time, no.
In terms of what information were you able to glean from the Sprint data as to where you need to start looking for your next potential lead?
It took us out to US 27 because the cell phone for Chris Thomas hit on a tower out on US 27 near Holiday Park, and that's where we started our.
So tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you went out to US 27, when you first got the Sprint records, what did you do?
I plotted it, analyzed the data, It took us out to US 27. Detective Bertrand and I actually walked 2 miles of US 27 because we were on 27 looking for anything, shards of glass, spent casings. We weren't near the crime scene at that point. We tried to, we went into the mobile home park, come across some people, never heard gunfire that night, didn't see anyone out there, not the vehicles, nothing.
Okay. So in terms of about what date was this that you were out walking on US 27?
It was about the first week of November, November 7th or 9th, something like that.
Okay. So once you obtain the T-Mobile records, how does that refocus your investigation?
It was able to dial it in a little more specific. It was able to direct us out to US 27 and Brook Road.
Okay. When you first get the T-Mobile records, do you go through and verify and see some of the known locations? For example, the studio.
Yes.
So in terms of the T-Mobile records, I want to draw your attention to, and if I could find the Smith user guide to get the T-Mobile records, which are in evidence. State 63.
Nikki just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Nikki.
So Detective Moretti, when you're looking at the information in the T-Mobile records, and I'm going to start by pulling up the 772-7103 records.
2 flip-flops right now.
So I'm going to publish part of States 63, which has been previously admitted into evidence. We're going to go to the 205-8127 records, the timing advance LTE. So going.
This is which phone number?
772-713-9807. That's right up there at the top in tiny print.
Oh, okay.
So I want to go down for times on this one to 3:18 a.m. At 3:18 a.m., there's a latitude and a longitude that is listed on that particular item.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you, at that point, verify the studio video versus where that latitude and longitude is showing the network thinks the phone is?
It was within a block of the studio.
And has that been reduced to a map?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Showing defense counsel what's been marked as states quadruple M, what's been previously shown to defense counsel, all of these maps before we came in. Okay, Detective Moretti, I'm showing you it's been labeled as states quadruple M. Do you recognize this? That's what you said. I'm sure it's just yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize this?
That is the map, Google map of the area where the recording studio is at.
Does this Google map fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude coordinate here at 3:18, 26.313371,
Yes, ma'am.
and negative 80.138733?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state was requesting of states quadruple M in as state 85.
Can I call a diagram, please?
Sure.
State indicated objection. You're more than welcome.
Detective this is dealing with cell phone analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
And primarily, can you get up? Primarily Cellhawk and Cellbrite.
So, two different devices. Cellbrite is for the digital forensics examination of the cell phone, and Cellhawk is the platform we use to plot the actual CDRs and timing advance records.
And how many hours have you taken in training in those two areas?
The cell phones and the
Cellhawk and Cellbrite.
probably well over 100 hours.
Okay, and have you received any certifications?
Certification from Cellhawk as well as from CASPIS, which is what the FBI uses.
Didn't I go over
And
this
have
already?
you ever have you ever trained other officers or supervised other people in digital forensic analysis?
On digital forensic analysis, no. Cell sites, yes.
And is there a particular process you follow when you conduct a cellular forensic examination?
You mean when we take data from the
Yeah.
cellular device?
Yeah.
The once you
Objection outside the scope, Your Honor. We're not talking about the device yet.
I'm sidebar second.
Yeah, they went over this at the beginning, but we're going over it again. Take a shot, do a squat. Marie Moss says 10 sidebars so far. Marie Moss likes to do the Lord's work, counting all this stuff for us. The Lord knows I can't keep up with it. I love that she handles it for us. Let's see. Yeah, the sidebars are annoying for us, but I will say this, I do like the fact that he doesn't let them argue in front of the jury. That is good. It's annoying as crap for us that are waiting, but it is it's a good thing for the fairness of the trial for Melly and for the jury. Let's see. Yeah, only 10 sidebars, but remember we've had multiple recesses and objections. The objection count was ridiculous already this morning. So if convicted, do you think Portland will get substantially less time? Yeah, well, he is yeah, I mean not substantially less, but he's obviously not they're not seeking death penalty on him, and I believe I'd have to look to see if it's changed because I know they changed on Melly multiple times, but I believe that he is looking at life in prison, but I think that I saw that he would have the possibility of parole if convicted still, but I'm not positive. I would have to go back and look. I don't want to say that for sure, but I feel like I saw that. But I'd have to go back and look. Anytime I'm not sure, I try to make sure I tell y'all. I have to verify. Same place that my squats remain at 1 while my shots go up exponentially. That's how my vacation was. We did have yelling very early today. That's true. Where'd they go?
Quiet, please.
Detective, when I approached the book, I can't read this.
Said, may I approach it? Said, swim across the pool.
You're reading merely off this chart, the latitude and longitude, is that correct?
Correct.
You don't know how this was printed, in other words, how they determined the latitude and longitude.
How T-Mobile? did
Yes.
that? No, I do not know how they produce it.
I renew my objection.
Anything else?
No.
Hey, objection notice overruled, proceed.
He gets angry.
Detective Moretti at this point, our state offers states quadruple M as states 85.
Any additional objections, counsel?
No, sir.
Objection notice overruled.
States quadruple M, North States 80.
Okay, permission to publish?
You may.
And so Detective Moretti, this isn't. I have the back of it shows the latitude and longitude on here, but that covers up quite a bit of the map. So after you have an opportunity to publish this, I'm going to switch it to the other side, which then just has the indication of the marker.
Okay, it's fine now.
So Detective Moretti, in terms of the address that's previously been testified as 805 Northeast 4th Avenue. Where was that determined to be on this map? And you can, okay, is it drawing on there?
I'll get it.
And so did you personally go out to that location at various times during the course of this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to go forward now. After you looked at that particular coordinate, I want to go to 3.
Big Floyd just get to the membership. Thank you.
335.
Stephanie Willis. Let's get to the membership by Big Floyd.
Which is on this particular CDR, again, states 63 previously in evidence, line 127 of the 772-713-9807.
Yes, ma'am.
And previously shown to defense counsel, marked as state quadruple N. Any objection?
I will ask one question, okay? With the court's permission, can I ask one question?
Yes, go ahead.
You're merely reading off this bill or this chart, correct?
Correct, sir.
You don't know how it was derived.
No, sir.
Same objection.
So, Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state quadruple N for identification purposes only.
It recognizes.
And then going back to the state quadruple N fairly and accurately depicts the latitude of 26.116584 and the
Yes.
latitude of -80.324,128.
Yes, ma'am.
Huron, and does this fairly and accurately depict the location of that on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would move state quadruple N as state 86.
Any objection?
Same objection.
Thank you. Objection, no, it's overruled, it'll be admitted.
Thank you.
States quadruple N will be marked states 86.
Detective Moretti, again, showing you first the coordinates with the latitude and longitude. And if, once you're able to kind of familiarize yourself with that, I will flip it over to the other side.
You can flip it.
And here on states 86, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the whole camera is in the express lanes in this photo approximately?
Happy 1 month anniversary, Lynn. We're glad to have you.
And Detective Moretti, did you obtain camera footage from the Department of Transportation to cover this time of 3:35 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all remember the traffic cam footage?
So I want to continue forward now in your investigation to 3:47 a.m. Line 136 on this particular CDR of 772-713-9807.
What line? 136, you said?
136.
So this is,
Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked and shown to defense counsel as states quadruple O for identification purposes only. Do you recognize states quadruple O?
Yes, ma'am.
Does states quadruple O fairly and accurately depict the latitude of 25.977994 and the longitude of -80.374577 as depicted on line 136?
Correct.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple O in and publish.
Any objection?
Same, may I ask the same question?
Flores?
You're just reading from that document, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you did not create, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea how it was created.
Abstain.
Objection.
Objection, no, it's,
Foundation. Right.
no, it's overruled.
Okay, so publishing what is now states 87. Travis? 87?
87.
87.
Quadruple O will be marked states 87.
So Detective Moretti, in terms of the location of this particular pin or GPS marker, are you familiar with the city it's in?
This is in the city of Miramar. This is Miramar Parkway and 172 Avenue.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over on the other side. Is there a fast food establishment located at the corner of 172nd Avenue and Miramar Parkway?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point that out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by circling it? And in terms of the photos that were previously introduced as states 82, are those from that same account also?
Yes, ma'am.
So Detective Moretti, I'm gonna go forward during your investigation and go to what time has been listed as 3:53 a.m. That is line 145 of the 772-713-9807 CDR for Defense Counsel, showing what's been previously marked as state's quadruple P and shown to Defense Counsel prior to this afternoon's court session. Detective Moretti, do you recognize state's quadruple P?
Yes, it's Hines Boulevard.
And does the latitude and longitude of 26.007627 and negative 80.411552 fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude on line 145 with the CDR in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, the state would request to move into evidence as state quadruple P, the state's 88.
Any objection?
Same objection, and I would be asking the same questions, which we all know would be his answers.
Any objection, no, it's over. It'll be admitted.
Okay.
It's quadruple P with marked states 88.
88. Thank you. So publishing states 88.
I'm assuming this will be the school.
Detective Moretti, in terms of the location that we are looking at right here, where is this, once you have this GPS pin?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and flip over to the other side. Again, the same map, just without the details on it.
You want me to identify the Montessori school or just identify the GPS coordinates?
You read my mind. The Montessori Academy, please. Did you obtain video from the Montessori Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to publish what's been previously admitted into evidence as state's 80.
So this is the school footage that guy
So
that
which is 80 or 82?
came this morning
82.
brought.
Ms. Smith has voted on.
Yes, you may.
Or he didn't bring it, they've had it, but you know what I mean. He provided it to them years ago. This is smart of her to go through all of these and line them up like this. So far, she's done it for the studio,
I'm gonna go ahead and switch to the other computer.
the interstate where the traffic cam caught them, the McDonald's camera, and now the school. So she's showing that these latitude and longitude are all lining up with, like in a precise area of where they have the video evidence that they were. So she's showing that it's not just random latitude, longitude all over the place.
Detective Moretti, is this the footage you obtained from the Montessori Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so starting at 352, or 353, my apologies, I'm gonna publish from 353 through 420. Travis, what do you mean, please?
It looks like they're going fast, don't it?
Detective Moretti, based on your familiarity with this area and this location, the video that says US Tower East View, what direction, cardinal direction does it face?
It's facing towards the east, capturing vehicles going westbound.
Okay. And the bottom, the US West parking, what road is it facing in what direction?
Is still facing, Hines Boulevard, it's facing west. And it would actually capture vehicles going east and west, but it's more focused on vehicles going eastbound.
Okay. And so when you say more focused on vehicles going eastbound, you mean closer to the camera would be that step?
Yes, closer to the camera.
Detective Moretti, in reviewing this footage at 4:06, was there a dark colored vehicle traveling westbound?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a red vehicle traveling westbound in connection with
East or west, no red vehicle was traveling.
that was at 3:53 as well?
353 as well as 406, there was just the one solo vehicle traveling by itself.
It's not the same over and over. This is, the timer's still going. This is now 4:11. I'm sure they'll go over it, but they have the latitude and longitude for them that matches up with them coming by at these times. And you can tell this is actually better quality video than a lot of the ones I've seen where they've identified the type of car. But they have experts in programs and stuff where you can tell what kind of car it is by the placement of the lights and the shape of it and stuff, even if it's moving. But I've seen where they've done terrible quality video and they've been able to do it, and they'll show you how it lines up and stuff. But they also had the latitude and longitude of it, of the phones. There are really cool videos that you can watch too on how they identify. I don't know if y'all have ever seen that show, See No Evil. And it's like a show where they solve crimes solely based on videos like this. It's all like camera footage, and I've seen them do it on those a couple times where I'm like, there's no way they can figure out what kind of car that is. But they show you how they do it and stuff. It's really interesting. Yeah, that show is awesome. It's called See No Evil. There's one where they found the killer based on a camera that was facing a bank, and it had the big windows, and it was a reflection in the window. Crazy how they can identify that stuff.
So going back to our 772-713-9807 CDR.
Hello, Tish. Welcome. 2-month anniversary. Welcome. You look good in yellow. Welcome to your 2 months.
We had just talked about 3:53 a.m. in line 145.
I want to skip ahead to 406, and we'll come back to 403 in just a minute. So 406 is here in line 156. And that's been labeled as states quadruple Q for identification purposes. It's previously shown to the guidance council. Detective Brandi, I'm showing it's been marked as states triple Q for identification purposes only.
Life lessons, member for 2 months. Welcome to
Straight
your 2
states
month
triple
anniversary.
Q, what is that?
Thank you, thank you.
This is Pine Boulevard and 196th Avenue.
Okay, so is the latitude and longitude reflected on states triple Q of 26.010021 and negative 80.4088939
Yes, ma'am.
accurately reflect the line 156 of the CDR we've been looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that point on the map accurately and fairly depict where that location is in the world?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple Q in states 89.
Any objection?
I know it's shocking, but the same objection.
Same. Noted, overruled. Will be admitted.
And permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, and Detective, this is a 4:06 a.m. If you would be so kind as to show the Montessori Academy again.
So again, now we're showing again where we just saw them on video.
So I want to go back now
At the academy,
to
they're comparing it to the
4:03
latitude and
a.m.,
longitude.
which is highlighted in line 154 of this CDR or attending advance from T-Mobile for 772-713-9807. Do you know how the environment data is done on this CDR?
Are you asking how T-Mobile produces it?
Yes.
Basically, it's from what it's determining or it's interpreting the location of the phone based upon its environment. And it either says mobile, outdoor stationary.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
My own opinion, this is absolutely necessary, and it's for multiple reasons. But number one, defense is going to say, and defense has already said, that the cell phone accuracy, like the location accuracy, it means nothing. He could have been anywhere, whatever. So they're showing that the latitude and longitude on this report, they're showing the precise amount. Now, is it going to give you your exact, like, you're standing right where I'm standing right now? No, I could be 20 feet over there. I could be 2 feet over here, depending on what it is. See how this says medium, low, and there was a lot of up here that said high? That's your accuracy. So if it says low accuracy, then I can't remember how much it is. It gives you however many meters. If it says high accuracy, then it gives you like a much smaller amount. So or precision, I guess is what I should say, not accuracy, precision. So
Don't form any opinion about the case to allow anyone to discuss the issue. Pleasure serving no research and no heads on your chair. Thank
So going through all this, she's gone through and compared. Okay, we know for a fact, based on camera footage, that they were at this exact location. Like when she's flipping the map, they were at this exact location at this time. Okay, let's flip it over. Here's where the latitude and longitude says they were.
Sure, we're in recess for a minute.
This
Mr.
is
Devin,
how-
need a restroom break?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Range up one. Thank you. We're in recess.
this is how close it was, whatever. So they're showing that the precision of these reports are a lot more precise than what the defense was saying it could be. Now, the engineering report, like the cell phone data that got when he said that he got the, they did multiple warrants for multiple different things that they were able to get for the cell phone stuff. But the latitude and longitude where that report was saying, low, medium, and high on the precision, all of those, if you'll notice when she was showing them, the ones that were low were still, pretty precise. So as far as they were over there on the, edge of town at the Everglades or whatever, it's not such a wide range that you could say, oh, well, he was only a couple miles from home. He could have been home. So this is extremely important because they're showing the precision of the reports and the data that they've gone over compared to the camera stuff, so they can prove, how precise it is. The one that they were getting to before they needed a break, shocker, they need a break right before it gets to the big stuff. If you'll notice on that page, it said outdoor stationary, based on, and he was talking about how it's based on the environment. The outdoor stationary was at 4:03, which is when they said that, that's about the time that he was, they said that he was out of the car and, the shooting was happening, between like 4 to 4:03 or whatever it was. And that he was outside the car and then staged the drive-by and did the shots on the outside and all of that. So that's what all of that is for. So I saw a bunch of the comments saying like, this is boring, this is dry, but it's actually really, really good stuff, because this is how we're seeing, how much weight to put on this testimony. Because, some people might come into this saying like, I 100% trust the cell phone evidence. What cell phone data says is what I believe. Some people might come into it saying like, I think Alyssa earlier, it said sometimes as your sister, it'll show that she's in a lake, but she's obviously not in a lake. So depending on, your own thoughts or opinions or personal experience with cell phone data, you might think, you're putting very, very little weight on to this testimony or a whole lot of weight on this testimony. But this kind of helps to jurors to gauge more closely how much weight to put on it.
Step by step, and just explain to me what we're doing.
Sure. What I have also is an additional item from State 63 on the screen, Your Honor. This is the definitions page provided by T-Mobile and was introduced as part of the records in this case, where it explains exactly what each column means. And then here, for example, column 5, environment, indicates whether the call was determined to be indoor, mobile, or outdoor stationary.
Okay. So, as to what the witness is going to say about the new coordinates here, I think you said it was at 4:03 a.m. on phone 9807, the last 4 digits.
Yes, sir.
And at that location, where is this going to be at?
That location is going to be at Pembroke Road in US 27.
And
approximately 100 feet.
The The 9807 number was 400 feet from the crime scene, and Anthony Williams' phone was 100 meters from the scene.
And you're saying that, going back to the first exhibit you had on the location there, you were saying that on one of these lines, it basically indicates,
Yes, Your Honor.
under environment, line 5.
154, which is the coordinates that I just showed you, what's been marked as states quadruple R for identification, with Pembroke Road and US 27. That is the outdoor stationary notification that the T-Mobile network is saying as to the location of the phone.
Thank you. And your objection is?
Our objection is that the FBI agent Brendan Collins testified that not only can he not give an accurate location, but cannot tell and does not use the environment as absolutely unreliable. And the reason they brought in the FBI agent, so the court knows later down the line, and listed him and brought him in late in the case, several years, I believe, later, is because they realized that the individual, specifically this detective, was not qualified to testify to the items that the court has, that the state is now inquiring. And that was the sole purpose of adding him late in the game and making us take his deposition rather late in the game. I mean, that's what the FBI agent testified to. The environment is absolutely unreliable. He doesn't even know how it works. And they never, ever use it in any jurisdiction that the FBI is working on. And the mere fact that that prints, whatever it prints, means nothing.
Well, that's not what he said, but
Judge, could I ask for 5 minutes just to find in the transcripts where he did it so I can direct the court directly to where the FBI agent testified, not only in trial?
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Can we be in recess during that period of time?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, is there anything else you want to share with me, Ms. Brandi?
No, Your Honor, not at this point.
All right, so we'll be in recess. You show me what you're talking about in the transcript of the Brendan Collins.
Thank you, Judge.
so they'll pull it up. That's what he is saying that Brendan Collins said is not specifically what he said. They're kind of enhancing that testimony. So we'll see how that goes. What is defense objecting to? Everything. They are objecting to all of the cell phone stuff again, all of the location data and everything again. They are this is the part that for the people who, a lot of the people that I've seen in conversations and stuff in chat and on social media and all of that stuff, a lot of the people who believe that he is guilty believe that based on this part of the evidence. So, I mean, that itself shows you how important this part is. So, of course, defense is going to do everything, that they can to advocate for their client. That's their job. So they don't want this part in because, this part is going to be really difficult to comprehend for jurors to comprehend that this is that he could be innocent given this part of it. Does that make sense? So this is, I mean, it don't look good, y'all. This evidence don't look good. Let's be honest. So they don't want it coming in. Their objections are to the okay. So actually, you know how I was just saying that they're showing the latitude and longitude compared to the cell phone, or I mean the security footage to show, the places that, okay, we know that they were here at this time because we have it on film. This report shows how close they are to to this spot, we know, whatever. So them going over that is for this reason.
Not specifically on that point. I know I did ask if the court wants to see from the deposition transcript. That question was very clearly asked because when
I've got a note here that when Agent Brennan Collins from the FBI testified, he did indicate that he said you can testify as to records are consistent with time and date are critical, and he goes on a host of things that he was discussing. But when it came to environmental issues, he said it can affect the calculation meters, not miles, a small deviation.
Your Honor, I think that was in regards to foliage, meteorological issues and things like that. That was the environment. In terms of this particular on the environment data for column, my recollection is that this was not asked on cross by Ms. Liberty, but that he said he does not rely upon this in doing his calculations. However, you could look at other collateral sources and corroborate whether this was or was not accurate.
Your Honor, may I? The mere fact that this is burden shifting. The burden is on the proponent of the evidence to establish its authenticity and that it is what it purports to be. The mere fact that the state is saying that the defense hasn't showed that it's not reliable is in fact an admission that the state has not shown that it is. And the only evidence that they're pointing to is a hearsay out-of-court statement by somebody at T-Mobile purporting to describe how it works, and not even giving any indication as to the reliability of that that is pertinent to our objection here, which is, how are you telling whether the person is inside or outside? I have one of these apps to track my daughter's movement. She's 2 blocks down the road at a friend. It's saying that she's at the house. So this whole notion, one, that it is precise, and two, that it can tell with specificity and reliability sufficient for a jury to rely upon in a murder case, that you are inside or outside when they have no expert laying that predicate. And it is required of them to do so before attempting through this witness to muscling that information under the guise of it being accurate when it in fact is not. And if they had a witness who could establish that it was, one, they should find that witness, and two, they should present it before trying to present this information. They can't just say, well, the T-Mobile records say it, because one, it doesn't say it, and two, even if it did say it, it does not establish its reliability.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, respectfully, I overrule the objection. It appears to me that that's all filed for cross-examination. This is all part of the document. It's in evidence. The document says what it says. And so, objection notice overruled. Can we get the jury back in?
I mean, I kind of saw that come in, but they had to try. Somebody asked if Raven is her real name. Yes, that is her real name. She did do a name change to drop her middle name. She had 2 middle names, and she did a name change to drop one of them. But her given name is Raven Ramona Lorraine Hawkins, and she changed it to Raven Ramona Liberty. But Raven was her given name. She just changed Lorraine Hawkins to Liberty. Not because of marriage, just change it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. The record once again reflects the presence of our jury, the defendant, Mr. Dennis, as counsel, the assistant state attorney, the witness remains on the stand. Counsel, if you would proceed, please.
Thank you. Okay. So Detective Moretti, we're now going to line 154, and that is at 4:03 a.m., 10/26/2018.
Okay, so remember, this is when the
We're
car
talking
is
briefly
parked.
about the environment column on line 154, the environment column under D. What does it say?
Outdoor stationery.
So I'm now approaching with what's been marked as state quadruple R for identification purposes and previously shown to defense. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Does state quadruple R fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude here on line 154 of 25.993063 and negative 80.428081?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an accurate location as to where that GPS point is in the world?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move into evidence state quadruple R as state 90.
Any objection not previously raised?
Not previously raised.
Thank you. Objection not overruled.
States
It'll be admitted.
quadruple R, will be marked states 90.
So Detective Moretti, I want to go here to publishing states 90. Once you have your bearings on this, this point from the 9807 phone, I'm going to switch over to the other side at 4:03 a.m. What area does this depict?
This is the actual crime scene on US 27 and Pembroke Road.
And approximately where along Pembroke Road on this map were those casings discovered?
It was on the south side of the road, about 820 meters from US 27. 820 feet from US 27, and approximately where the GPS coordinate is at.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about the next point.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
So going forward now to 4:42 a.m. That is line 185 for defense counsel, showing what's been previously marked as state quadruple S and shown to defense counsel prior for identification purposes only. Showing you state quadruple S for identification. Detective Moretti, do you recognize that?
It is Pembroke Road and Southwest 178 Avenue, which is in our jurisdiction of Miramar.
Does the latitude of 25.989873 and longitude of negative 80.386462 fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude from line 185 of the 772-713-9007 cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state quadruple S in and publish for the jury.
Any objection?
Same objection.
Overruled. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple S will be marked states 91.
Okay. So Detective Moretti, first showing with the information on the back.
So this is like the map I showed y'all earlier.
And then publishing on just the point.
when he was dropping his.
So Detective Marty, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is Southwest 178th Avenue, south of Pembroke Road?
It's a subdevelopment, it's called Silver Lakes within City of Miramar. Area we're looking at is south of Pembroke Road.
And you said it's a development. Is that commercial or residential?
Residential development.
And so this was 4:42 a.m. Going forward and showing what's been marked as state quadruple T. It's been previously shown to defense counsel on that for identification purposes only, as well as approaching the state's 71. I can show defense counsel on state 71. State 71, page 20. First, I'm showing you as part of State 71, page 20. In blue, there is an address in that message. Can you read that address aloud?
3220 Southwest 192nd Avenue, Miramar, Florida 33029.
And in terms of showing you now what's been marked as state quadruple T for identification purposes only. I'll show you all of the exhibit first and ask you a couple questions.
But that address is the one that Fredo Bang responded to Melly, the text message. With his address.
So Detective Moretti, I'm gonna go forward now to 8:46 a.m. Which is reflected on line 315 of this CDR. The states, what's been marked for identification as states quadruple T, fairly and accurately identify the latitude and longitude of 25.977759 and negative 80.405479 on the blue dot.
Yes, ma'am.
The states, what's been marked as for identification as states quadruple T, fairly and accurately identify the location of 3220 Southwest 192nd Avenue, Miramar, Florida, on that map.
Yes, ma'am.
And did those fairly and accurately depict those locations in Miramar, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move in states quadruple T, states 92.
Same objection?
Same objection.
Overruled. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple T will be marked states 92.
So I'm gonna take back states 71 again. And publishing for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the address that you just read aloud. And Detective Marty, if you'd be so kind as to say the date and time that address and message were sent and read.
It was, let's see, it was sent on 4:45, 4:46 a.m. and actually, okay, it was sent on 10/26/2018 at 4:45, 46 a.m. and it was read on 4:45, 50 a.m.
Okay. So now going to states 92. First showing that same address And so it's clear for the record, the address on this map is indicated by what color pinpoint?
Green.
Okay. Going now to the latitude and longitude that we previously discussed.
And it is blue.
And so now it's taken without the. Okay. Detective Moretti, in terms of the address that we just talked about, that 3220 address, what subdevelopment was that located in?
That was in Sunset Lakes.
Is that the same subdivision as that 18541 address we talked about earlier today?
It's the same development, but not the actual same sub-community.
Approximately how far apart are they?
They're about maybe less than a mile apart.
After you reviewed these coordinates and had some idea of a path of travel and location, did you go and try and locate any other surveillance footage that would be useful in the presentation of this case?
We got the video from the turnpike, from 595.
Okay.
We got the video from the McDonald's. There was a video from the Monastery School. We were on US 27 looking for video, which we did not recover any.
Okay. In terms of the cameras on US 27, what did you learn about those?
It was much to our surprise that those cameras did not record.
And so the initial date of when you obtained the T-Mobile records, do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was, the initial records was the 9th of November.
Okay. So after November 9th, you obtained the Montessori School footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to getting those T-Mobile records, did you have any indication that Pines Boulevard was an area where you should be looking for video surveillance?
Prior to the T-Mobile records?
Prior to the T-Mobile?
No, ma'am.
So after you got the T-Mobile, did you look for other video on Pines Boulevard or assign someone to do so on the east side of 172nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they successful in obtaining any footage?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Going forward on November 21st, did you have the opportunity to respond out to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit of the geography of that location?
It's an isolated road in the Everglades off of US 27. There's not a lot out there. There's a waste management dump. It's not well lit. Travel in the middle of the night. It's dark. The roads aren't identified. No street lamps. It's a very desolate place in the middle of the Everglades.
In terms of when you were getting there on the west side of US 27, what terrain features are there?
On the west side of US 27 is a canal that runs north and south, and that is marshy swamp areas.
Okay. To get on going now, describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 208th Avenue. Where does that road run?
It runs north and south. It connects Pembroke Road to Pines Boulevard. However, on each side, north and south, there's a gate that prohibits any travel.
Okay. Do you know what is located on that street as to why it is?
A fire training academy is located up there.
Okay. And what jurisdiction is between Pines and Pembroke Road?
Their jurisdiction, Pembroke Pines jurisdiction starts in the middle of Pembroke Road. We have the south side of Pembroke Road. They have the north side of Pembroke Road, and the line in between the yellow line in between divides our two cities.
Okay. So now you talked about, so on US 27 going now from west to east on Pembroke Road. What's on either side of the road?
On Pembroke Road, It's marshy swamp area, there's absolutely nothing there.
When you get to the far eastern edge of Pembroke Road, when you access it from US 27, is that open to the public?
No, it's a closed area
This is
because of
27,
the
this is
waste
Pembroke.
management dump out there. And it doesn't even connect, all the way through. It goes maybe another quarter mile in, and then it's the entrance to the dump, and that's it.
Okay. Is there a gate at the entrance to the waste management facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there an additional gate at the far western end of Pembroke Road? I'm sorry, the eastern end of the western part.
Yes,
Would it be more helpful if I showed you a map to describe these?
yes, ma'am.
Showing defense counsel, it's been previously marked as state's quadruple view.
This is what they're talking about.
Detective writing, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state's quadruple view. So don't approach the jury just yet. Do you recognize that map?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the geographical location you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state quadruple view in as state's 93.
Any objection? No. It's admitted. What's the number, Travis?
93.
Thank you.
Okay, Detective Marty, I'm gonna put this up here to publish. And so we're gonna start over here on US 27. Could you indicate on the map up ahead, and you can either use your finger or you want to go really old school with a pointer. Take your pick.
I could probably use the pointer.
Could you indicate that canal that you indicated on the west side of US 27?
Right here going north and south, running parallel with US 27 Canal Bridge.
Okay, so I'm gonna move this over a little bit. I'm going now to show the 208th Avenue. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the gate is on the south end of 208th Avenue?
There's a gate right here.
Okay. And will you show the gate at the eastern edge of the western part of Pembroke Road? As to where traffic is stopped.
Repeat that again?
Can you show the gate at the
This is
eastern
that-
edge of the western part of Pembroke Road?
Where about here?
And in terms of the waste management facility, is that indicated and shown on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that?
Right where it says waste management.
And in terms of the access to that, is there a gate for there as well? Sorry, move it up.
That is actually, where about here?
We just learned that if you touch on that screen, it works too. Okay, Detective Wright, if you resume your seat. Detective, did you have an opportunity with the Broward Sheriff's Office Aviation Unit to travel from the studio at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue
Yes, ma'am.
to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27 via helicopter?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a video of that flight captured?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the points of travel that you referred to from the call and control records and the timing advance records you found?
Yes, ma'am.
So I also want to talk about, did you have an occasion at approximately 3:20 in the morning to go to 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you then travel from that location across 595 to I-75 Miramar Parkway and then out to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that filmed with video to fairly and accurately show the conditions at 4 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked.
So remember, this is so basically
J
he went and
for aviation.
retraveled their whole route at the
And
same
states
time
quadruple K
of the morning.
for the nighttime driver. Detective Rennie, approaching and showing you what's been previously marked for identification purposes only. The states quadruple J and quadruple K. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, my initials and badge numbers on it.
Did you have an opportunity to review those before you came in here to testify today?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the flight from 805 Northeast 4th Avenue to the location, and as well as the dark condition driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states quadruple J and states quadruple K at states 94 and 5.
May I ask one or two questions?
Yes,
And do it from here.
sure.
I'm getting tired. What day did you do the helicopter trip?
About a month ago, I don't know the exact date, it would be on the video.
I'm sorry, a month ago?
About a month ago, sir.
2023?
Yes, sir.
So that would be June of 23,
Yes, sir.
while we were in trial,
No, it was before the trial started.
picking a jury then.
I don't know, sir.
Okay, June of 23.
No, this is straight on that cross objection.
Well, it's to the predicate. I'm sorry, Judge.
No problem. Two of us can't tell at one time, but in any event, proceed, Counsel.
The nighttime driving at 3:20, you said,
3:20 in the morning, yes, sir.
what day did you do that?
It's probably about maybe 3 or 4 months ago,
So that would have been in
maybe April.
April of 23?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at any of the conditions, whether or not there were any accidents in 19, 18 when this occurred?
No, sir.
Did you look at whether or not the weather conditions were the same as when you went out in June and April of this year?
No, sir.
Objection on predicate,
Can I see the side-
foundation and relevancy.
Done? Are you done?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Can I see sidebar, please?
Someone's got his sassy pants on. I mean, as far as that noise is so bad. As far as the weather stuff goes, we've seen the video, so multiple videos. So it wasn't like raining or anything. So as long as they didn't do it in any kind of rain, I wouldn't think it would be that different. God, that noise is awful. Yeah, I mean, this is another thing of like, hey, don't let this in because you don't know if it's he's basically saying just because you did it now doesn't mean that it was the same time results and stuff like that as when they did it in 2018. Oh gosh, I don't want to miss anything, so I try to unmute it, but then that noise is just awful. Happy anniversary, Ivan. 2 months as a jury member, a 13th juror member. Congratulations. Happy anniversary. We are glad you are here. Let's see. Oh. No going. Because he's wanting to ask questions so that he can object to them even showing it. He doesn't want to do it at cross because he doesn't even want this coming in. So he's objecting to it now, trying to keep it from coming in. Okay, Stanley Tucci, Rudy Giuliani, and oh, okay, you know who I thought the dad on Step Brothers. Especially when he gets mad, I can see him being like, "Dang it, Brendan!" But what do I know?
Okay, Detective Moretti, I want to go back in terms of the weather conditions of October of 26th of 2018. Do you recall in terms of, were there any storms?
There was no storms, man.
And how do you know?
Because we were outside most of the day.
Okay. And when you did the drive at nighttime, is there anything that would help refresh your recollection as to exactly when that was done?
We did the video actually.
Okay.
The video should have a timestamp on it, as well as I think I produced a timeline for you as well. And then a report from the crime scene technician who filmed it.
Okay, and that was with
Miss Carol.
And do you have notes as to the time frame in which you did that video with you today? Or is that reflected in a report?
I'm not sure if I have those notes with me, man.
Okay. So let me go ahead and what I can do is I can show you the video off of the computer here. Did you select a time and date to do the video so it would be the same in terms of the daylight savings time and the lighting conditions on that day?
We did it at the same exact time as the incident.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you what is marked for identification as states which is okay. And looking on the date of the video creation, does that refresh your recollection as to when it was done?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that done?
As March 10th, 2022 at 3 a.m.
And in terms of the weather conditions on March of 2022, were they the same or substantially similar to that of October 26th of 2018?
Substantially similar.
In terms of the lighting conditions, were they the same or substantially similar at the locations at US 27 as they were in 2018?
Substantially similar.
Have there been any additional lighting or street lights installed?
No, ma'am.
Have there been any removed from the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
No, ma'am.
Does that video fairly and accurately depict how US 27 and Pembroke Road looked in both 2022 as well as 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Has there been any development?
No, ma'am.
Any additional buildings?
No, ma'am.
Any additional businesses or anything for that matter?
No, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would renew the state's motion to move in state's quadruple K into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, same objection.
Objection, no, it's overruled.
Okay, and then with regards to state's quadruple, I'm sorry, that was state's quadruple K.
Excuse me 1 second. What's the exhibit gonna be? Okay, quadruple K, I'm sorry.
Quadruple K will be states 94.
94 and F.
And with regards to state's quadruple J, I'm gonna show you that one now. And you previously looked at these?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the lighting conditions in state's quadruple J. I'm sorry, state's quadruple K. Travis, I think I mixed them up, but we'll hold on.
Excuse me 1 second, Council. Can you show the exhibits to Travis, both of them, wherever's been marked?
I didn't put the numbers on them, so they can switch with the.
So even the,
Was that state's quadruple J, actually, that I just published the nighttime drive?
even the Google Maps is from 2021.
Thank you.
So correct it, please.
So states quadruple
J.
J will be states 94.
Thank you.
So showing how
Excuse me, is that the flyby or the drive-by?
drive.
Drive.
So in looking at what has been marked now as state's quadruple K for identification, is the lighting conditions the same
No, ma'am.
in terms of being able to accurately show the path of travel as determined? Is this the most efficient way of doing it?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
In terms of doing this on the nighttime drive on that? Were there changed road conditions?
The reason we filmed this during the day was because of the lighting conditions makes it more visible. The recording studio is no longer there. When we did the actual nighttime drive, there was construction on 595 and 95, so we had to divert. We didn't start. We had to extend the recording a little bit. So
In terms of the recording that is in right now is states 94 from the exit of Miramar Parkway and I-75 to Pembroke Road and US 27, is that fairly accurately depicted?
yes, that's yeah.
So in terms of showing the actual road travel, how does the flyover show that better than trying to drive?
It's a more accurate depiction because it's at night. You can see it a lot easier. The construction is no longer on 95 and 595, so it clearly depicts the path that was taken that night.
Was there construction on October 26th of 2018 on those areas?
Not to my knowledge.
Here at this time, the state would renew its motion to put states quadruple K in as states 95.
Objection on relevancy, predicate, foundation.
Overruled.
Thank you. Objections, no, it's overruled. It'll be admitted.
So states quadruple K will be states 95.
95. Perfect, okay. So I would start with publishing state 95. So Detective Brandi, if you could please point out what we are looking at here first. Oh, and the lights, please, Travis.
Right here is the, where the recording studio used to be.
And so at the top of the screen, is there a compass which indicates the heading?
Yes, right there. And then this is Flagler Street, which goes up to Sunrise Boulevard. And then this is Sunrise here. And you would make a left, which then would head west on Sunrise Boulevard. Take Sunrise west to 95. Unravel.
Detective Brandi, when you did the drive of this, it took approximately how many minutes to get from the studio to Miramar Parkway?
Probably about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, something like that. And this is the 95 ramp here.
And so which direction is the helicopter that you're in traveling now?
We are moving south now.
And when you get to Broward Boulevard, at that exit, will you indicate, please?
We took 95 down to 595.
Understood, and just for purposes of keeping reference as to where it is, are you for Broward Boulevard and the other locations? Was that Broward that was just passed?
I believe so, ma'am.
Boom's gonna come on tomorrow, and he just texted me back actually, and there's a lot, y'all.
So where is the helicopter traveling now at this point?
We are turning west onto 595. That will be the turnpike entrance. Still on 595 heading west.
And just so it's clear, you can indicate which road is the pointer on the big screen, so everybody can see which road you're following.
We're still on 595.
And Detective Ray, I think the next thing I'm gonna ask you to indicate to the motor is when the express lane's toll booth is shown, that we watched the footage from already.
We're gonna be closer to 79.
Detective Ray, I'm gonna ask you to go back to your Air Force days. What does an airspeed of 100 knots translate to?
I didn't fly to military now.
Okay.
If you look to the right, it has the miles per hour.
Thank you.
Boom has been talking to Portland and to Melly's mom, Jamie. I was looking at the screenshots, so we can ask him all about that tomorrow too.
We're passing hiatus coming up to Flamingo. Passing southwest 136. And that will be the
So Southwest 136 right there, or, I'm sorry.
well, it's 136 right here, and then there's the sun pass.
Okay.
This is all this. Oh, let me move this up some.
And then we'll be turning south on I-75 heading south.
Go away.
Just so you can indicate which road
This is
on
all
this would be that direction.
this route they're traveling.
That's right.
Lisa Wilmot, we had a spaghetti junction in Atlanta too.
Check right, the font's even a little small for me. When it gets to, I believe, 16 minutes, we'll pause it and switch to the other viewer.
We just passed Sheridan Street. That's Pines Boulevard.
Yeah, keep in mind
Second ready, what is the exit just before Miramar Parkway?
Pines Boulevard.
that map that I have is zoomed way further out than this in order to get the whole thing in there. It's like a 40-minute drive. So I think they're getting to the, didn't they say they're almost to Miramar Parkway, which is right here. Monica, that's what the $1 million question is.
We're exiting Miramar Parkway now.
Okay, and that is at 15:07, and we're stopping it at 15.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What?
Sorry, I'm gonna let it continue on until
Okay,
15:30.
now this is the zoomed in area. After they've gone all through here and gotten home, this is when they get off Miramar Parkway. And then come this way, the neighborhood's over here. They go up and over to the crime scene.
Now it's on the Shane States 94.
I tried to pull this up. But
Try to
y'all
see
can see
if
it.
the other light as well.
In perspective.
Is that exhibit 94 and 95?
94.
94. Thank you.
So Detective Brandi, could you explain where this video picks up?
We are right now on the off ramp to enter onto Miramar Parkway from I-75.
Okay. So this is the getting onto Miramar Parkway. Welcome back, Brenda Horton, welcome back.
We are now on Miramar Parkway, heading west, approaching Southwest 160th Avenue, which is also known as the Dykes Road.
Okay, so they're on Miramar Parkway.
And to the right of the screen, what direction is that cardinal direction?
To the right of the screen, that would be we're traveling west now, so to the right would be the north.
Okay. And if you could, when you get to the Hoyo Tropical, if you could identify that.
We just, there's a Chili's just past there. Should be coming up to a Target. That was the entrance to Regional Park, which is on the right side.
Okay,
We're still heading west.
so here's Regional Park. I'm gonna put this where y'all can see it.
There's the Hoyo Tropical right there. Gas station, we should be coming up to Southwest 172nd Avenue, which is a McDonald's.
And if you go north on Southwest 172nd Avenue, what is located at Southwest 172nd Avenue and Pembroke Road?
That would be the hospital, Memorial Hospital.
And you could indicate again when you get to 184th, which was the end of the walking, I believe you testified to by the officers in Miramar Police
Yes.
Department.
This is 178, which is Silver Lakes. Southwest 178 Avenue. The next light you see, the green lights, is going to be Southwest 184th Avenue.
To get to the entrance of 40th Street for Sunset Lakes with guard gate, which way would you turn at 184th?
You make a left, and you would head south on 184th.
You turn right on 184th.
You head north into Pembroke Pines.
On Miramar Parkway, does it connect through to US 27?
No. This is 184th right here. You're turning right, which is heading north.
Now, let's see if we can do it over here. Out of the way. I'll move it up a little.
During the time of this video, are you operating the vehicle?
I am driving, and Miss Carroll is recording in the passenger seat.
Are you observing posted speed limits?
Yes.
Are you purposely driving slower than the speed limit?
I'm driving exactly, I'm driving exactly at the speed limit. We're coming up to Pembroke Road.
Does Pembroke Road connect through if you turn left there to US 27?
No. The red lights we're approaching is Hines Boulevard.
Does Pines Boulevard connect to US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the next road? I'm going to phrase. Is there another road in Broward County south of Pines Boulevard that connects to US 27?
No, ma'am. We now turn left, which is heading west on Hines Boulevard.
It's right here.
And when the Montessori Academy is on the left, because the
Correct.
sign just indicated.
We're gonna look right here. The pool where it took their picture is right here. So on this side. They did at the same exact time as all of this happened, so that you could see the same conditions.
This would be the Montessori School.
So now we're right here.
come up to US 27.
All right, so they're at 27.
We will be making a left heading south.
Now they're heading down this way. Dang, it's real dark down that way.
We're coming up Pembroke Road.
Is there a traffic light at Pembroke Road?
No. Left-hand turn, which will be east on Pembroke Road.
Okay, so now they've made it to Pembroke Road.
And then this is Pembroke Road.
Approximately what time of the morning is this that you're doing this video at right now?
We're here approximately at around 4 a.m.
How many times have you been out to this location before you did this drive?
Several times.
What vehicle just passed you?
That is a waste management vehicle going out to the dump. Now we're turning around.
Is there a particular reason you chose that spot to turn around?
That was the approximate crime scene location.
I believe in the 911 call, I mean, not 911 call, in the police interview in the hospital, I think it was Portland who said that Zach and Juby had fallen asleep.
As we
If I remember
turn
right.
here on 27, you're going to submit this biological place to break.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your own lights, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little after 5, so my colleagues will break through today. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, or allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence. Concerning no research, just leave your notepads on your chair, and see everybody back tomorrow at 9. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to see his demeanor now. They're not done yet. They still got stuff they have to
Thank
ask
you. Let the
him.
order reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. The witness remains on stand. Anything for this witness tonight?
No, Mr. Check, I cannot contact you or speak in any way. If there's any emergency, please contact either my office or the city state.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We have an issue that we'd like to discuss outside the presence of this witness.
Sure. You said that, sir. Come on, man.
Hey, Dan. Dan.
All right, the witness. All right, the witness stepped out. Counsel, what do you want to discuss?
We need the assistance of the state to bring back Special Agent Collins when the state rests. We never anticipated that this witness would be qualified, able to testify to the coordinates or any of that, which is contra to everything that the FBI agent testified to in his deposition and what have you. There's additional items to go through. In order for us to subpoena him, we have to go through the Justice Department, as the court probably knows, because we're defense attorneys and they're not that quick to respond to us, and we have to fill out paperwork and get permission. But since the state has called him, we would ask the state's assistance to get him in when and if we put on a case.
And my understanding is Special Agent Collins was on a TDY, that was the information.
What?
A TDY, which is my sort of training deployment, and will be out of the country for the entire month of July. That's why I had to rush to call him so early in the case. He told me pushed back, delayed for the start date, so he would be available last week if I needed to put him back as far as that, I think, but I don't believe he's in the country.
It's June.
It's July.
Oh, it's July.
Counsel, if you could just verify whatever it is and then speak to.
I will
Sorry, yes, sir.
I said, if they would assist us and let us know if he's available, fine. If not,
I'm not available by soon.
So can you do that, check into that?
So I would say emailed him on a different issue, and he has not responded. So I don't believe he has access to his email. That's the only way I can get in contact with him. So I'm happy to try and assist on that, but the defense still has to do the proper procedures before you'd be able to testify.
You're gonna make some inquiries, and you'll speak to Councilman Adelstein and his cohorts.
In terms of the defense doing the proper procedures, Your Honor, that is a procedure that takes several weeks, if not months. So that's not feasible. That's why we're asking for the state's assistance in bringing him back. So because the hoops we have to jump through would have him here in September.
Thank you.
A one-page letter that has to be written around.
I don't know what it is, Counsel, but you said you're gonna make inquiry, and that's why I'm asking you to contact them, and we'll, once we find out where it's located, what is the next order of business, so to speak. So, how much more do you have of this witness, Counsel?
A lot.
So are you gonna be on direct for the rest of the day tomorrow?
I think we might start, cross, perhaps. I said there's, a lot of messaging and phone data to go through and publish.
But you're gonna be most of the day tomorrow, you think?
I
When
think
you're
so.
direct. And you have a substantial amount to go over on cross?
I would think so at this point. If they're gonna take most of the day, I would ask we not start crossing.
And we'll just see what time of break, what time it is. I'm gonna guarantee it. But
No, I understand. But
on, after Detective Moretti, stay attentive, call any other witnesses.
Not at this time around.
So-
The other, there's something that might change, but
Understood. So right now it's Monday, so tomorrow's Tuesday, you're gonna be most of the day Tuesday. Council thinks if he gets to him tomorrow or not, he'll take at least half a day Wednesday, is that about right, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, sir.
So, assuming you don't call any more witnesses, state would be resting, then you'd be prepared to bring some witnesses in, either Wednesday afternoon or Thursday, depending on how it goes. Is that right, Mr. Anderson?
I have to confer with co-counsel. I can't answer that right at this moment.
I'm just trying to get an idea, so you're prepared to go ahead. That's the way it sounds like to me. Am I correct, Ms. Bradley?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're talking about sometime, this week you'd be calling witnesses.
Judge, the only issue on that is we had the deposition, the first part of the deposition of the defense's witness, Larry Daniel, was done on last week. Then we had agreed and came before your honor on Friday morning to bifurcate that deposition, and we agreed to do it on Saturday. I then procured a court reporter for 5 p.m. on Saturday at the request, and after Ms. Liberty had acknowledged she would produce the witness at 5 o'clock. However, then at 4:57, I got an email from Mr. Howard indicating that they were no longer going to be having their expert and producing their expert. So I'm going to have to need some sort of court intervention to make sure that that deposition happens in a timely fashion.
Mayor, Judge.
Before, sorry to respond, are you still intending on calling Mr. Daniel?
We do intend to call Mr. Daniel. We do not intend to call Mr. Daniel to address the subject matter for which the state wants to further depose him. It's outside the scope of what he's being called for. And so we're not making him available for them to put him to task to review what the state would have him review that's unrelated to the testimony in its entirety. So remember,
I don't understand. I thought he was an expert originally in Cellbrite, then he was switched over to Fitbit or something along these lines.
that to pedometer versus Cellbrite. What the state is asking him to, the witness to do, is to go and review some Cellbrite information and cell tower information so that the state can inquire of him on that subject, not regarding the pedometer test. And so we're not making him available for the state to go exploring and putting him to task. He's on our dime.
So he's going to testify as an expert regarding Fitbit.
If he testifies at all, that would be the pedometer. That would be the scope of his testimony.
Have you deposed him on that issue?
No, Your Honor. That was what the expert said. He needed the data from Celebrate to look at the activity data because the information that was sent to him by Ms. Liberty was corrupted. So then I helped out and sent him a brand new copy of the cell phone download so that he could review it. I am still trying to ask him questions specifically on the activity and location data that is found in the phone. And for most of the answers to the questions were things to the effect of, well, don't quote me on that, I have to check my notes. He was doing it from the side of the road in a car, so he has to go back and check his notes. They have not yet provided me the screenshots that he mentioned in the first part of the depo that he had said he had completed. I'm just asking to have the information that you have a witness answer questions after he's reviewed everything. Because it's the state's deposition of the defense witness. And a deposition is wide latitude in the areas that you can cover, questions that you can ask. On that, the state wants to make sure we are prepared and in whatever area he is trying to answer questions, and if we need to file a doubt. So the state needs to be able to complete the deposition, and we were prepared and ready to do so on Saturday before it was canceled 3 minutes before it was set to start.
She's not actually forthcoming, Judge. She had actually asked if we could do it on Sunday. Mr. Daniel said he was not going to work on the Sabbath. This was something that he teaches on Friday. We explained to the state he teaches. He was actually traveling. I was trying to get this done so he could be in his house and do the notes. I offered him up Tuesday or Wednesday evening. I know Mr. Howard Joe has filed a motion on pedometers. I don't know if we need to argue that motion before we even determine, because if he's successful on his motion, I don't think we need to have the deposition. So I would ask that we have time to argue this motion maybe tomorrow morning.
So with regards to that, I would be prepared to argue the motion until I finish fleshing out their expert opinion on that. So I need to, have to do everything in order.
That's not so. The basis of my motion is authentication concerning the state's introduction of the evidence and what is required in order for them to introduce the evidence in the first instance. Our witness would be there to rebut the evidence that is being presented by the state. And so inquiry of the expert, the defense expert, does not address or even implicate the question of whether or not the state has satisfactorily laid a foundation on authentication for admission of the evidence in the first instance. So Ms. Liberty is correct to the extent that we could obviate the need for any depositions if the court reviews the motion and rules favorably in defense position.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, sir.
So let's do this. Take everything one at a time. Counsel's asked to take the deposition of your expert. She hasn't deposed the expert yet, that's the way I understand it. So let's get the deposition done. I don't know where you would intend to call that witness, but you make them available. Work it out. What's good for you, Madam State?
Judge, I could do potentially Wednesday after court.
Is that good for you?
That's
Can you check with
fine.
your witness?
That's one of the dates I offered her originally, Judge, yes.
So that's good. Set it for Wednesday after, all right? And then you take a look at your thing. I haven't seen the motion yet. The motion was filed.
It was filed at a late hour last night, but
Haven't seen it. So,
hope you enjoy it.
pardon me?
I hope you enjoy it. It's an effort.
I have no problem taking a look at it. You don't have a hard copy there, do you?
I actually do.
Just for the timing it was filed, so I can check my email, you said a late hour.
Around before 11 PM, I want to say 10:26.
There's a problem sometimes where they don't, the clerk's office, even though it's filed, it doesn't show up on the clerk's system right away. I don't know why or what it is, but
There's a delay. I've been
There's some
seeing in a
delay.
lot of my cases, yeah.
I'm asleep at that hour. I'm an old man, Judge. So I would know,
This is,
even if it was filed.
why are you telling us something we already know?
Which is, yes.
Because I gotta get some levity in the courtroom somehow.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
I think it's the mere fact that filing shows such deficiencies in technology even in 2023 kind of goes to the heart of the motion. So,
All right. Well,
dovetails.
anything else to talk about, Mr. Adams? No?
I just want you to be aware today, when I did make the objection, we did not have the full transcript of Brandon Collins, and I don't want you to be annoyed if I bring it up again tomorrow, once I get the cross-examination, just if I.
No problem.
Have a lovely
Good
evening.
night.
Yeah, he's still trying to get himself out of there. Judge is like kind of just giving up on them at that point, and he's just walking out. Okay, so this whole thing about Brandon Collins and wanting to bring him back in because he said that, you know what? It's a good thing I take good notes because I happen to know what day he was there. And I believe I even have the timestamp.
The schedule of the trial, it's anticipated to conclude. I spoke with the attorneys. They advised, because the attorneys reminded, we'll finish out at the end of June and then pick it up again on July 10th. The week commencing Monday, July 3rd. We're not going to do a session. But the attorney out that will conclude the process. You don't always know exactly what the next witness is or who the witness is going to be. Can you hear me?
I'll be
apologize. So let me start over. I received a question about when the schedule of the trial would be, it's in.
John and the jury, what your analysis is and how it is completed.
Okay.
I want to start with and go over the cell site records. Are those records provided to you?
Yes.
And so it's previously admitted into evidence as states 63 and 64. Okay, starting with state 63. I'm going to open up some of the records in 53, going to the tracking number 2058127. And so it's clear when also published state 28807 is a. So going back to the same phone number, 772-71.
Yeah.
Okay.
Report from T-Mobile. It's an engineering report, and you also hear it as a true caller talking data or time advanced data. But essentially, what this is records of, from the network's perspective, location where the phone likely was during particular times. So you'll see a series of columns on here. At the top, it explains what is contained in each column, and then you'll have a series of entries. All that is associated with a particular time. So column A in this case is any latitude, and column B is any longitude. It says with confidence as well as the IMSI, column B, and the IMDI. Those are numbers that are assigned to the device of the IMSI, sort of like your SIM card, it's a subscriber number that authenticates on the network, so that when you have a cell phone, within the network, and knows that your customer is paid and they give network resources. The IMDI is about the device that you have in your hand.
I think it's been a little while since geography. So could you please explain what latitude and longitude are?
Yeah, those are coordinates correspond to a specific spot on here. So we can plot those in Mavic software, like we can copy and paste this in Google Maps right now. And so in Google Maps, for instance, and say, okay, that's where latitude 25.984685, longitude -83.75979 is here.
And is that what you use to do your analysis, just as latitude and longitude?
No, I use other information on this sheet.
So you talked about the IMSI, IMEI, and so I can go scroll over. And just if you could explain. So the next column is, so we said roaming group, I think model and make would be the next columns that for you to explain.
Yeah, so the roaming group is T-Mobile records. The phone that latitude you can see the model make is an Apple phone, it's an iPhone 10. We'll skip to column. You can see in column K, it will say what type of record this is for. So data, which would be whether some sort of internet connection, whether you use email or social media, or we'll say voice and data. Voice is obviously for making a voice call.
Okay, so going down to row 91, is that an example of the voice and data?
Yes.
Make it a little bit bigger. Zoom in, so it's easier to see for the ladies.
One of the most important ones is the time and the date. That's called that because often when you do a case in this specific case,
He says,
are the records consistent with certain things to check this in?
oh, hold on.
Wanted to know based on the investigation that they had done separately. So we need this time and date.
And it's, when you're looking at this time and date, what does that tell you?
The time of the record.
Okay.
So when column row 2, when you see October 26, 2018 at midnight 000, you will know that the longitude points attributed to that in columns A and B, or you'll further down the spreadsheet, we'll see the distance measured from the tower that is associated with that particular date time.
So with regards to the date and time, do you have to take into account if the records are kept in Eastern time or UTC?
These are in local time zones.
So the time that's on here is the time that the event happens here in whatever location it's plotted in.
By the way,
So
all
going
this-
forward, continuing across. And then which column, you talked about distance from the tower, which column are we looking at for there?
all this fighting they're doing, they already did on day 5 and 6
S&T.
about all of this
Cell
stuff.
site and so start ENOD. ENOD is how they name for cell site, like 4G technology for cellular providers. So depending on what technology is, 3G, 4G, et cetera, they call the hardware different things. It performs the same function. So that's a tower. And you will know that that tower is at a certain spot. So if I know that at a certain time, column 2 where that time is at midnight, the phone connected to a tower named 76963 and 23. I can go find where tower 76963 is, plot out the map and say, okay, this tower is here, and the antenna is pointed in a particular direction, and at midnight, the phone is in that direction, and then we'll see if you scroll further to the right.
It's like right here in the, I want to see
Like it
exactly
was
what he
during
says.
particular times. So you'll see a series of columns on here. At the top, it explains what is contained in each column, and then you'll have it says with confidence as well as the IMSI, column B, and the IMDI. Those are numbers that are assigned to the device of the IMSI, sort of like your SIM card, the subscriber number that authenticates on the network, so that when you have a cell phone, communicating with the network, it knows that your customer is paid and they give network resources. The IMDI is about the device that you have in your hand.
I think it's been a little while since geography. So could you please explain what latitude and longitude are?
Yeah, those are coordinates on the Earth. So if you want to know where a particular person was at a certain point in time or whatever, those latitude, longitude coordinates correspond to a specific spot on here. You can plot those in Mavic software, like we can copy and paste this in Google Maps right now.
Because of this.
In Google Maps, for instance, and say, okay, that's where latitude 25.984685, longitude -83.75979 here.
And is that what you use to do your analysis, just as latitude and longitude?
No, I use other information on this sheet.
So you talked about the IMSI, IMEI, and so I can go scroll over and just if you could explain. So the next column is, so we said roaming group, I think model and make would be the next columns for you to explain.
Yeah, so the roaming group is dealing with records. The phone that requires latitude and CD model A is an Apple phone, it's an iPhone, and we'll see a column. You can see in column A, it will say what type of record this is for. So data, which would be whether some sort of internet connection, whether you use email or social media, or we'll say voice and data. Voice is obviously made by the voice call.
Okay, so going down to row 91 is an example of the voice and data.
Yes.
Sorry, I got
It's a little bit bigger. Zoom in, so it's easier to see for the latent on 3.
I know it's in this area, and I want to hear exactly
this
what
top again, so that you can explain the columns. Which specific column are you looking at when you are analyzing these records and the data in that?
So usually one of the most important ones is time that data has called back, because often when you're doing a case, in the specific case I was asked, are the records consistent with certain things the detectives wanted to know based on the investigation that they had done separately. So we need this time date.
And when you're looking at this time date, what is that telling you?
The time of the record. Okay. So when you have that column row 2, when you see October 26, 2018 at midnight 000, you will know that the longitude points.
Yes, let's go with
we'll further down the spreadsheet, we'll see the distance measure, power that is associated with
speedy recovery.
So with regards to the date and time, do you have to take into account if the records are kept in Eastern time or UTC?
These are in local time zones.
So the time that's on here is the time that the event happens here in whatever location it's plotted in.
Yes.
Okay. So going forward, continuing across, and then which column, you talked about distance from the tower, which column are we looking at for there?
So you'll see in Southside 4G technology for cellular providers, so depending on what technology is, 3G, 4G, et cetera, they call the hardware different things. Performs the same function, so that's a tower. And you will know that that tower is at a certain spot. So if I know that at a certain time, column 2, that tower is at midnight, the phone connected to a tower named 76963 and 23. And go find where tower 76963 is, plot out the map and say, okay, this tower is here, and the antenna is pointed in a particular direction. And at midnight, the phone is in that direction, and then we'll see if you scroll further to the right. You'll see distance there. So column AO will say 2.96 miles. So at that time, midnight on October 26th, that phone was 2.96 miles from that number.
Okay, so we've gone through a lot of info, break it down a little bit into the things you talked about. You talked about 3G, 4G, 5G.
Yeah.
What is 3G, 4G?
Different technologies for, I guess, evolutions of your phone. Each time there's a one, generally there's improvements in how well phones.
In terms of distance from the tower, is a 3G tower, what type of range are you working with?
Well, so that's like factor uncertainty of where we'll see in reports later. But the timing of advance is an estimated distance from the tower, right? But there's a margin of error, margin of uncertainty associated with it. And so 3G, for instance, the network can only say within, depending on the type of 3G, 234, 244 meters, what that distance.
Okay, so here, let me slow it down a little bit, not a lot, because I'm ready to go, y'all. But he's talking about the precision.
It's 4G to 78 meters. That's okay. This is the time of advance inquiry.
And in the case that we have before us today with the 772-713-9807 phone number, what types of towers and service were being used?
During the period that I reviewed, analyzed plot, it was exclusively 4G.
4G. So in terms of how wide is going to be your margin of error on the 4G towers?
78 meters.
78 meters.
Okay.
So can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how that data, that distance, how that is computed?
Sure. So essentially, this is it's sort of like if you think about throwing a ball and I catch it myself, throwing it off the garage, and it comes back to me. So the cell tower will send out the purchase signal to the phone, and then the phone sends it back to the tower because it knows when it's sent the signal and receive it back ahead and on time.
The specific
the speed of signal travels at the speed of light. So by
precision of
by time, which is speed by time.
He doesn't
Is the speed
say.
of light constant?
Yes.
It's been a while since physics. So can you just kind of explain that a little bit so that ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how that works?
Yeah. So it's the speed of light doesn't change. It's also going to be the speed of light at any given time. That's what he's saying.
Is the speed of light affected by foliage or trees or leaves or anything like that?
No, speed of light.
Okay. Are cell signals or service affected by changes in environmental conditions?
Can be slight changes, but generally not. If there's change, we're talking about it.
Okay, so he just said slight changes. And he said that the accuracy and precision of latitude and longitude is incredibly precise, and he gave the precision margin of error for those.
Meters, not miles.
So meters, not miles. And what types of environmental conditions would be required to have a change of those meters to miles?
Well, if your phone is in a a lot of phones down here are built for hurricanes, so if there's lots of concrete walls, that can affect it. If the path that the signal takes to the phone is not a direct line, let's say it bounces off something, like it doesn't hold that path, so that it
All right. The other thing that they're arguing is the cost, and I have a comment on that too.
Okay.
I'm so
With
glad I
regards
read
to hurricanes, that's something that affects.
The way that would affect this would be if it had a catastrophic effect on the network and then the network was functioning properly.
If there are records that you are analyzing, what could that tell you about that specific tower?
That it was working.
Going on again, so you've explained a little bit about cell tower or cell phone, how it works. And you mentioned cell towers. What are cell towers or antennas?
Yeah, so obviously our phone or cell phones don't have wires, so we have them to make calls and text or do whatever we want on our phones. We can connect to the cellular network. We do that through cell signal, which connects to an antenna, so you amount of power, and then through the network infrastructure, the call, the data transaction throughout its core, and handle how we use it and handle it. So the same towers, similar times through this point.
Moving on to now 3:43 to 3:57 a.m. What are you showing and illustrating on this slide?
So this is only the purple zone, and you'll see that there's several towers. It's all purple zone during this time period. Unfortunately, because we didn't get distance information.
Okay, so this part he's saying, this is the other part that they had mentioned, where he says the T-Mobile engineering report can tell you if a phone is outside or inside. And so she said, so why rely on everything else in here but not that? And he said, because he understands the speed of light and he relies on what he can validate. So, you know, when they talk about the accuracy and precision and all of that, he didn't say what the defense is saying that he said. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I guess they got to try, right? All right. So that is all for today. Tonight is Monday. So don't forget, we have night court tonight, 8:45, 7:45 Central, right back here on the channel. There are a lot of days that I missed because of vacation, but I believe, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that we're Jody's testifying at this point from what we're watching, right? Maybe. I've missed a lot. I've been gone. But it is tonight at, we're almost at, we have 297 likes. We need 3 more to get to 300. Look at me doing math. And we still have 440 people in here, so we should be able to get those 3. Okay, yeah, so she's still testifying. So Lisa Wilmot said yes, yuck. So join us for that tonight. Yeah, this guy, I sped him up because I was just trying to get to those words that they were arguing about, because I knew that what the defense said that this guy said is not what he said. And this is why I take notes while we're watching, because I like to go back and verify. So I sped it up so I could find that part quick enough. Thank you. We got to 300. Thank you. I appreciate it. So tonight, 8:45, 7:45 Central. Boom asked what part. I told him that y'all were asking about how Melly's reacting. All right, so I'm going to talk to him too and figure out what time we will have him tomorrow. I know he's in court during the day, so it'll be sometime in the late afternoon or early evening. Get your questions ready. I saw the screenshots he sent me of his conversation with Portland and with also with Jamie, Melly's mom. Spicy stuff, y'all. So we can ask him about that tomorrow, have him tell us all about that, and ask him about how things have been in the gallery and in the jury. Oh, he said during the last part of testimony with the driving and all of that, that Melly seemed just as confused as everybody else. So there's your answer. He just seemed confused. I think, I spent so much time mapping all of this out that I was listening to this and thinking like, oh, okay, yeah, this is what they're doing now. And then that's why I pulled up the map and this is what they're doing now. But I guess when you are in the courtroom and you don't have any of that and you're just watching this, you don't really know what the heck they're talking about. Jamie, you almost choked me. Goodness gracious. We have a new member that almost choked me. Thank you. Welcome, Jamie. Grace is alive. Welcome 13th juror. Thank you. We appreciate it. All right. So tonight, 8:45, 7:45 Central. Don't forget, we have night court, and tomorrow morning we will be back. Court starts at 9 a.m. Eastern, so we will be back at 8:45 a.m. Eastern. And those last few charts that I'm choking on nothing. I didn't even take a drink of anything. I'm literally choking on nothing. This is what craziness and old age gets me. But anyway, we'll start tomorrow. I'm going to put the rest of those charts that I haven't put on the website. I'm going to try to get those up tonight. And then I'll get some of the other stuff together so that we can take a look at it tomorrow during the multiple recesses and breaks. We have Moretti, I think, is the last. They said today is going to be the last witness. And then, of course, we have videos and all of that stuff to watch. So we'll see how far we get along with all of that. And then I totally anticipate a spicy cross-examination with lots of objection argumentatives. So we will see how that goes. When I get the time situation worked out tomorrow with Boom about what time we're going to have him on to do a Q&A, I will let y'all know. And I'll try to tweet it and put it on the Facebook. Look at me sounding like an old lady. I will try to put it on Facebook. And also I will make a post on YouTube so y'all can kind of be prepared for that. Get your questions ready. Email me any questions you want me to ask, Brandi at brandichurchwell.com, and I will try to get some together between tonight and tomorrow, mostly tomorrow, because I've got enough to do tonight, and we can get that going. I'm excited to see what he has to say about his conversations with Portland and about his conversation with Jamie. So yikes. All right. So we'll see how all that goes. Thank y'all for reporting to jury duty, and I will see y'all at night court tonight.